whatever we want. Hey everybody, thanks for coming into this stream. So this is the first episode of Whatever We Want, and I'm here with our co-host David.
Hi!
Hey guys!
I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't I don't either. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm nervous.
I don't know. Like that's weird because we're tackling a lot of subjects tonight that are both very easy to talk about and some that are not easy to talk about. So I guess we should start off with letting you guys know what exactly we are doing today. Yeah, I think that would be the best thing to do here.
So yeah, the overview that we're going to be doing, this is the highlights of the segments. Anyway, so we're going to do first our gaming. We're going to be looking at a variety of subjects like Microsoft's Xbox Scorpio, which is going to be in native 4K, which is great for everybody involved. As you can see on the screen, we have an article linked that says Microsoft developed Xbox Scorpio games will run natively at 4K, executives say. So that's a big deal because PS4 and Sony in general have been upscaling to 4K for their Neo. Now, why is this a big deal, David?
I see. That's the question: is why is it a big deal? Because upscaling is pretty much just taking an image and blowing it up, whereas the native you get crisper quality, everything like that. And with PS4 dropping the ball,
yeah,
it's gonna be kind of questionable.
Yeah, honestly, this doesn't. If you don't understand like actually rendering things, and if you play regular video games, right? So let's say you play in a window at 1280 by 720, right? So it would be like taking the graphics from 1280 by 720 and then putting it up to 1080, which would obviously look kind of icky. The textures would be a little bit blurry, maybe, depending on how PS4 does this. Because, if I rendered a video in 720 and then I blasted it up to 1080p, that's going to look a little bit ugly.
A good way to actually picture this is go get an older game that came out years ago, load it up. If it doesn't load up to your native screen resolution, everything's like blown up, like the menu's big and blurry, and like he was saying, it's gonna be very questionable on how this works because you're not getting true full scale 4K resolution when they upscale it. Pretty much view it as a port. You get an Xbox game and you port it to the computer. Most of those ports don't work right, or there's a lot of issues that come alive from it.
Yeah.
So I mean, like the fact that Scorpio is natively 4K, that immediately puts them up above the PS4 in a lot of people's minds. And honestly, I've always been for the Scorpio before I even really knew the PS4 was upgrading, I guess. But the way I see this is how Xbox first started off with their One, saying how they're forcing you online and all this kind of stuff. I see this as an opportunity for like Microsoft to redeem themselves.
Yeah, this is actually a story of redemption playing out live. Like,
yeah,
this is either going to make or break them. So hopefully, when this comes out, it doesn't bust. Like, because if it doesn't bust, Xbox just won the war for a little while.
Well, you can also kind of think about though, how many people actually have 4K resolutions? Like, is it really that big of a deal? I just thought of this like a moment ago. Is it really that big of a deal right now in this time frame to really go native 4K? Scorpio is future proofing themselves. I can see that.
Yeah.
But in reality, how many people actually have 4K? So could this actually be as big of a thing? Like, it just popped into my head, like, how many people actually have a 4K resolution TV? Because they're so expensive nowadays.
Yeah, that is a good point because, I mean, not everybody is going to be able to see this crystal clear. I mean, 4K televisions cost a fuckload of money. Like, it's pretty crazy whenever you look into 4K televisions. I mean, you can get a cheap set from some weird Japanese company or Chinese company and just hope that it's good. Like some sort of brand like Siki or something odd. But there's not a lot of people that are actually going to be able to tell the difference because they're going to be on a 1080 television. But here's the thing. For the Xbox, if it's not upscaling to 4K like how PS4 is, they're going to be downscaling on a smaller television, which means it's
But
probably going to look a little bit better.
yeah, that is true because my monitor renders at 144 hertz.
Yeah.
Not a lot of games have that render solution. So what NVIDIA does for me is they pretty much upscale it.
Yeah.
Like they have me render at 240 or something like that, and then it downscales it to my monitor, which is a 1920, and like the quality is so much better.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think that's actually a really good point is having it run natively at 4K. It's going to downscale, and downscaling is easier than upscaling because if you take a 1080p video and render it in 720p, it's still going to be a little bit better, in my opinion, than a regular 720p
Yeah.
video because it's downscaling everything.
Yeah. And that's the big question whenever this does come out, because we can't really say much now. The executives can say that, oh yeah, this is going to be 4K, but here's one thing that the PlayStation did beat the regular Xbox One at. It was 60 FPS. Like that was a big deal at first, but now everybody's kind of like, well, it's not really that big of a deal. If you don't have a 60 FPS TV, you're not going to notice as much.
Yeah.
It's just going to run a little bit smoother and look a little bit crisper just because you're running at a higher frame rate. But man, if this works out like we're prophesizing right now for you guys live on here on whatever we want, then it's going to be a big deal. But necessarily, like you said, it may not be a huge deal because everybody's running on 1080 TVs and 720 TVs. We haven't even talked about that.
But if you think about it, this could be the start for the push of 4K. This could help the economy for the 4 in the 4K, market. It could help the prices come down more because they're going to make more of them. And, because right now there's not a lot of things that use 4K resolution. So they're priced higher. Whereas if the Scorpio comes out, could it theoretically help the 4K market come down? And then that's where Sony would really have the ball drop because they're not capable of showcasing the native 4K. So, like Sony could really be working, or I'm sorry, Microsoft could really be working on a really good thing here because they themselves could get into the 4K resolution business.
Yes.
If they're not already. I think they already are, honestly.
I'm
the
pretty
bad
sure
thing
they are.
is the PS4 Pro is coming out this year.
Yes.
They're screwed already. They can't go, oh, it's native 4K because that's a lot of changes in such a
Yeah.
short time.
I mean,
So
that may even involve making another version of a PS4 to make sure that they can actually maintain 4K, not all fucked up looking and way less frame rate and all that. Stuff that makes gaming actually enjoyable. Because if you're playing, a game on PC, this isn't a huge issue usually. Because not a lot of people are trying to play in 4K right now. It's just not. It's not achievable on PC for reals yet. But Nvidia took a big step. AMD hasn't taken a big step yet. Because we have the 1070 and the 1080. That was a humongous step in 4K gaming and overall better gaming experience to begin with. So it's like Microsoft went from making AMD cards and then they were like, oh yeah, here's our brand new Nvidia card. They've stepped into the world of 4K. It's whether or not they drop the ball here. If it works perfectly and there really isn't that big of an issue with this Scorpio, then they just, in my opinion, they just won.
well, another thing you really got to think about though is Sony themselves. They're not gonna do just like another video. Like this is just came to me. Sony's not gonna upload a 720 video and force it to play in 1080p.
Yeah.
They're not gonna blow it up like that. They're gonna hopefully have a way to detect if they're on a 4K resolution monitor or not.
Yeah.
Then could they theoretically load a separate resolution and actually have everything changed a little bit? Like You know, like how is that going to work? Is it going to be just a blow up, or are they going to actually have a separate like images and stuff like that that'll make the game look better? That's where I'm kind of like on the fence about, and I don't see how they could really make it efficient. With I haven't really looked into PS4 Pro's specs or anything like that, but from what I have gathered is it's entirely different, like hardware wise, than what the Scorpio is doing. Like the Scorpio is doing a whole new thing. It's pretty much its own Xbox,
Yeah.
whereas PS4 Pro is the PS4 on steroids.
Yes.
So like there's not enough changes to support that type of stuff without compromising the game quality itself, because you can only have so much on a disc before
Yeah.
you have to start downloading, or have 2 discs, 3 discs, and stuff like that. And that's just going to be more of an issue in my opinion than anything else. So in my book, I think Microsoft won with the Scorpio, because I have an Xbox One now. I'm holding on to it so I can go trade it in for Scorpio, because the way they're talking about the Scorpio, the specs themselves wins.
Yes. Absolutely. What PS4 did was basically kind of what on the PC side what AMD did. They didn't do a rebrand. They did a refresh. That's kind of what PS4 did, because they didn't, like you said, it's a PS4 that's new, but it's just a PS4 on steroids. This Microsoft Xbox Scorpio, this is a rebrand. Like, this is a completely different piece of technology from the actual regular Xbox One, and the fact that they're making it to where you can keep your Xbox One and then trade it in for a Scorpio, there's no way you can beat that if you're Sony right now. There's just no.
But the price can
Yeah,
talk.
that's
That's
true.
the thing. The price of the Scorpio has yet to be determined.
Yeah,
If I'm not mistaken, the PS4 Pro is like $400, $500.
yeah,
If the Xbox Scorpio comes out and it's $800 or $1,000, as a rough estimate, automatically PS4 is going to win by
yes,
that price alone.
yes,
Now, the incentive to have an Xbox One and to trade it in, that's a really good marketing technique, because now people are going to rush out to buy the Xbox One in hopes that it's going to be worth it to trade it in. But the question is, what will the value of the Xbox One be when the Scorpio releases? Because you got to think, it's not coming out until holiday 2017, which is literally a year from now.
yeah,
How can the Xbox One retain the value the way it is? Because the way the market is you buy a game from GameStop or Walmart, you lose 80% of the value right there as soon as you step out them doors. The moment
absolutely.
you open the package, you lose that value. So how much are they really going to give you for an Xbox One? Are you going to get the $400 if it's brand new? Like, how are they going to do their program? Is it really a winning strategy here? And it is, as far as they're going to be able to they're going to be able to sell the Xbox Ones now and then trade it in. They're winning in that regard. But the question is, in the true, how is Microsoft going to handle this to the point to where it's a good thing and not just something that they did to make money? And that'll be the winning aspect of it. Forget specs, forget performance. Price is where it's going to be at, because people will look at it and go, yeah, it has this hardware. Yeah, it has native 4K, but look at the price tag. I'll get $50 out of my Xbox One. Screw Microsoft. I'm going to Sony. I can deal with that upscale.
That's a great point, actually, because I didn't even think about that. You know what? I didn't even think about that. That's so true. So that is going to be an issue, because I mean the PS4 Pro, or I like to call it the Neo, because that's a little bit better. But um, when that comes out for Sony, if it's like you said, they've basically gotten a price tag on it already. We know how much it's going to be. Um, and like you said, what if a lot of the people that end up figuring out later down the road that kept their Xbox One end up figuring out, oh yeah, this Scorpio is going to be $800, $900. Then you're going to be like, fuck this, I'll just go get the one that's, fucking $400. And
Yeah,
a lot of people will jump ship.
yeah, and not only that, but they could sell the Xbox One for $200, and that's 50% of the PS4 right there.
Absolutely.
So they're only paying 50%, whereas excuse me, sorry. Whereas if the Xbox Scorpio is $800 and they give you $200, that's less than 50%.
Yes.
It's just not worthwhile. And people who are going to buy the Xbox One with the trade-in program in mind, they're getting screwed. Which I recommend do not do that because you don't know the details yet.
Yes.
You could literally screw your wallet doing that. Don't go out and buy an Xbox One just to trade it in. If you want an Xbox One, buy an Xbox One or wait for the Scorpio because Microsoft has a background of screwing things up at first.
Yeah.
They fix it, but usually it's too late. The damage is already done because a lot of people jump ship to Sony, but now they're jumping back because of the whole native 4K stuff. But the question is, price wise, what is it going to be efficient? Because a PS4 now is $400 roughly.
Yeah.
A PS4 Pro is $400. There, you're sitting there looking at the price tags, going, "We're getting steroids for $400."
Yes.
Like I'm not going to lose it buying a PS4 versus a PS4 Pro. I'm winning buying a PS4 Pro for the same price.
Yes.
And I can possibly get better resolution out of it. Whereas Scorpio is a whole new thing. They're saying, all these upgrades, all these changes. But how much is it going to be for all of these upgrades? What is the value of buying an Xbox One versus waiting on a Scorpio? They need to hurry up and finalize their pricing and get it out there so we can figure out how much of a bomb is Microsoft dropping right now.
Yes. And that's going to be the deciding factor. I don't buy consoles, like I'd love to have a PS4. That'd be great. But wallet is kind of loose. There's not a lot of money in there. So if you're in that category of people as well, like me and maybe a lot of others, you can't afford to go and buy the Xbox Scorpio whenever it drops. If we're right about this, I mean 4K natively. I mean, if you pay $2,000 for a computer right now, or maybe even upwards, maybe $3,000, you're not going to get a 4K experience that is exactly perfect. It's very close now. It's getting there because of NVIDIA's changes, but yeah, it's still not anywhere near close. So if they're saying that they can 100%, excuse me, get a 4K experience that is close, you kind of have to decide along with your wallet, hey, is this worth it for me? Like, is there going to be a gigantic difference between this Xbox Scorpio and the new PS4 that's coming out? And your wallet more than likely will decide that factor, but then also, hey man, if you really want that 4K experience to say, hey, I got the 4K experience along with everybody else and I didn't wait, years down the line to get it, then you're right now, since we don't know what the price tag is, you're basically buying it because, hey, native 4K, whoop. And that, is it worth it, is the question.
Well, see, like that's where it's going to come down to like the whole question of everything, because a lot of the people who don't have a 4K monitor or a TV or something that'll run it at 4K, is the Scorpio really worth it? All these upgrades, all these, powerful, the most powerful console on the market. That's fantastic. But is it worth it? Because if you look at $800 computer versus $800 console, what are you getting out of it? You got a limited game market, you got a limited modding, you can't mod it, you have a limited community. You're really limiting yourself. So is it worth it for Scorpio or not? It depends on the price, because if you can get it for $500 and you pair up a $500 computer versus a $500 console, this is for people who just, are on the computer. Look at the value of it. You can go so much further on a computer, but if it's $500 for a Scorpio and you're a console gamer, go for it. Because if you don't have a 4K resolution, you still get the updated, the updated hardware.
Yeah.
But how much of that is actually going to be used? Because I mean, look at the PS4 and the Xbox One now. I mean, they marketed so much of an improvement, all these graphical changes and everything like that. Where is it? I mean, yes, the games look good, But from what I've seen, I mean, don't get me wrong, I haven't played my Xbox One much. I only got it for my YouTube channel. I haven't done any videos on it. All right. I haven't played many games. It's a very beautiful console. Yes, like the UFC 2, very limited on graphics, but it looks good. Madden looks good. I've seen gameplays of Xbox Ones and stuff like that. It looks good. But is it really worth it? Because then you got to go out and buy a 4K monitor if you really want to use it at its max. And how are the games really benefiting the Xbox Scorpio? Because if it's available on Xbox One and Xbox Scorpio, where's how much of a benefit are you really getting? Because you got to think they're porting it over. They're making it on the Xbox One, porting it over to Xbox Scorpio, and a lot of it's all about the developers. If developers don't want to make it native, they don't have to make it native. They upscale it.
Yes.
The only thing that Microsoft is saying is it supports native 4K. It supports. Is the game developing, companies going to make that native, or are they going to just upscale it as well? That's the big question here too, because we actually didn't talk about that. Is what are the developers going to do with it? Because just like what it is for Xbox One and PS4 now, often to not, if it's PS4, Xbox One, all in the same, all they are ports with little upgrades, which means you're going to be limited to Xbox One games on steroids. So essentially, you're getting a PS4 on steroids. In the argument of PS4 versus PS4 Pro, what games are going to be Scorpio exclusive, and how powerful are they really going to be?
That's a very good point, because also, like you were saying, there's going to be game creators that are going to stay away from this system just because, hey, it may take extra money to develop your game. It may take more man hours and manpower to get these games to run well on this system. It's they're trying something new, and by God, fucking good for them. At the end of the day, even if it was a bust, at least they tried, dude. That's a big step in the right direction, I would think, personally. But, like, it could totally blow up in their fucking face. And a lot of things have blown up in Microsoft's face before. But I'm actually hoping that it doesn't blow up in their face for once. Like, I hope that this comes out and that it's good and that somehow, some fucking way, they do a good job. Because if they do, that's going to be a big deal. That's going to be a game changer, not only for console gaming, but it's going to sell like crazy if it works really well. Because who wouldn't want native 4K? But then, as we've been talking about, you would have to buy a new monitor to make sure that you're playing everything the way that it was meant to be played, and all that, which helps the technology business as a whole, the technology industry as a whole. But it's going to fuck our wallets, dude.
It will. And that's the thing though, is like you say, dropping the ball and everything like that. We say, Xbox Scorpio might beat the PS4 Pro, but at least PS4 tried. Because I mean, it's a good thing to push 4K. I believe that 4K needs to be pushed because it's just like VR. It's new. It's something innovative, and it's something that needs to be in the world, because as far as the first world problem goes, gaming is just not where it should be yet.
Yeah.
I mean, like, we'll talk about VR later too, because I see the Xbox Scorpio PS4 Pro thing just like the VR as far as like the resolution argument goes. But I mean, the biggest thing we need to do now is wait and see what the Scorpio does. See what Microsoft says the Scorpio is going to be priced at, and then see what the gaming developers are going to do with that technology available to them. Because support and have are two different things. If Microsoft sits down with all of their developers and go, this is the guidelines, you have to develop it native 4K, then they win. Microsoft wins. However, if a game studio has the choice to natively support or upscale, they could really screw Microsoft over. And not many people think about this, because some of the companies out there go, we've pushed the console to the max.
Yes.
Some don't. They don't push it to the max. They stick to a safe medium to where they could still throttle it up a little bit and come closer to that max, threshold. That we're going to have to sit down and wait maybe 6 months to a year after Scorpio is released and see all the companies that are going, we're making it native, and then wait for them to release it, and then we'll be able to see how good is it really.
Yes. And to end this discussion, because I think we've really gone over everything, don't you think?
Yeah, oh yeah, we've pretty much exhausted this topic. Yeah.
Yeah. um, it as we've been saying, this forces, in a way, this can be the greatest thing that's ever happened to console gaming in the history of console gaming, or it can fuck Microsoft's reputation once again. Because, I mean, they've had a shoddy time with their consoles to begin with. The release of the Xbox One seemed shaky. You know, they had to come down in price because people weren't buying the system. This can force the industry to change, like, entirely.
Absolutely.
And what is great about that is it can blow up in their face, or it can be incredible, and they're taking a risk that if we were in the shoes of Microsoft, that would be a really, really scary prospect to, basically force game creators to completely rethink their entire way of creating a game, making a game great, all of that. I hope it happens. I hope they get something done here, because it would be an incredible situation for them. I'd love to see the industry change, but hey, man, we just gotta wait till holiday 2017. A full fucking year, man. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that year gives them time to see how the PS4 Pro does. Because, I mean, they might be able to improve even more.
Absolutely. So, we should go on to our next topic, which is Valve. Valve is doing what needs to be done in this situation. Valve pulls games after studios plan to sue critical players, which is basically game creators to sue reviewers, which is ridiculous. So Valve went out of their way, tried to make the situation better, and they are taking away games from Valve itself. And they're trying to make this right. So, David, how do you think about this? How do you feel?
Well, let's give a little bit more of a little like a history of what's going on here. The game studio itself is called Digital Homicide. Sorry, and it what they're doing essentially is they're making a mass like a shitload of games apparently from what this article that we read. And again, this is from an article. We may be a little bit off on some of the facts, and if we are, we apologize in advance. This is what we know. And this is from what we're saying. And honestly, Digital Homicide, please don't sue us. Yeah, because it's funny. Because just like he said, there's people who review their games and they say negative things about them. Now, that's borderline slander, correct? Wrong. Because if there's merit behind it, it's not a slanderous remark.
Yeah.
Slander is when there's no merit. When, say, I walk up to you, Brandon, and I say, you're a douchebag, and I walk away. That's slanderous.
Yes.
Technically speaking, that's slander because there could be no proof behind that.
Yeah.
However, you can play these games. Well, you could, because not anymore, but you could play these games and you could see that they suck. So part of Steam, they have a review section to where, people can go in and go, don't play this game, don't buy this game, this, and this, and this. And well, they did that. And it ranged from very basic, don't buy this, to moderate, this company is a scam, blah, they make all these blah, 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 then to full on, death threats. Apparently I've never seen these death threats. However, people are saying, like that people were threatening Digital Homicides themselves. So instead of improving their games, instead of just ignoring it and letting people make their own decisions, Digital Homicide went the next step up, got a lawyer, and forced Steam or Valve to release hundreds of personal identities, to their lawyer and them, so they could start a class action lawsuit saying that there's a personal it's a personal injury lawsuit for $18 million. What?
That is a misjustice.
That's understatement of the decade because, like, it's so weird because according to this article, Digital Homicide has done more than just that. They've doxed sites, requested YouTube videos to go down, and it's just like it's so crazy. And good on Valve for stepping up and going, they have a right to say what they want.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, I kind of see Digital Homicide's, their side of it as far as the death threats go. That
Yeah.
itself, I think they should have taken the death threats only, not necessarily sued them, but gave them a cease and desist order, letting them know that those type of reviews are wrong. And then Valve should have gave them a notice saying, hey, don't do this or you're going to get banned.
Yeah.
Instead, got people who goes, hey, these guys have made apparently 18 games within 1 year and have also apparently rigged the greenlight system. Like that is just, I don't even know where, like, my brain just stopped working because I'm trying to grasp the concept of what Digital Homicide is doing.
In a way, I can see why, like you said, for the death threats and all that shit, that sucks and everything, but David, we gotta remember, this is the internet. We can say whatever we want whenever we want.
Wrong. That's the funny part is the internet is a worldwide web. It goes from the Americans to the French to the Israelis. It goes all over the world. What we see here in America as freedom of speech, wrong. Valve, when you sign up, you sign a agreement that takes away your Second Amendment rights, even though we're Americans, and puts Valve in control of what they have on their website.
Yes.
So yes, in America, I could walk out and go, Digital Homicide, you suck, and they can't do nothing. However, if I go to Digital Homicide's website and I say, hey, you guys suck ass, I'm breaching their TOS in technicality if they have a disclaimer in there. So yeah, it's the internet. There's people who don't know what they're supposed to be doing. Yes, but at the same time, you have to have a guideline of how to behave, just like you would in the real world. I mean, you wouldn't walk up to a muscle builder who has a history and a proven record of beating the shit out of people. You wouldn't walk up and say, fuck you. They'll punch your ass out and you feel it.
Yeah.
The internet takes that threat away, so everyone's like, I'm gonna kill your whole family. Lol. Thinking that, they'll laugh at it or somebody will laugh at it. You're talking to people who don't know what the hell your intentions really are. Are you someone who can get their address and show up? Like, that's where you have to be smart about it. So yes, as far as the death threats goes, the escalations, those should not be taken lightly.
Yeah.
However, the thing about it is if they're just trashing your game, saying this game sucks ass, don't buy it, it's the worst $20 I've ever spent, that's their right to technically review that, because the thing is, YouTube doesn't have a guideline against it. Valve doesn't have a guideline against it. As long as you do it with merit, you're okay. It's not slander.
Yes.
So that's where this argument goes. Digital Homicide is taking, I'm going to protect myself, way over the top, because all they're doing is making themselves look bad. Because I'm going to read a little bit more about this in this this article, which is from Engadget, in case you guys want to go look at it. It's called, you can see it, it's Valve pulls games after studio plans. The website is engadget.com. But as far as, like, this is what Digital Homicide said, and I'm a quote, not surprisingly, Digital Homicide has a different take on the situation. It claims that it's only suing after Valve did little to moderate user game reviews, at least some of which included death threats. The company deserves a safe environment to do business, it says, and Valve is reportedly showing a reckless disregard for the Steam community. False, because if they did, they wouldn't have pulled your game.
Yes.
See, that's where it is Valve pulled your company, not just your game, your company as a whole, from the entire community because you want to be Zig Halen up in this bitch.
Yes. And in the first like few sentences of this article, I mean, Ian Gadget got it right on the head. It is, quote, if you ran a game studio and faced a slew of very negative and sometimes threatening user reviews, what would you do? Strive to improve your work, rig the reviews, ignore the haters? Man, there is a lot of movie sites that rig reviews. They pay people to review their movies and put them on these sites. Some are even run by Viacom and Warner Brothers and other things like that, so they don't have to worry about negative reviews. This company could have easily done that. They're not exactly.
Let me pause you.
Yeah.
Let me pause you. Steam has a green light system, correct?
Yes.
Digital Homicide apparently offered game codes in return for positive votes.
Yes.
So they did do that. Continue.
Yes. So they technically could have done something extremely scummy, which kind of suing people over their opinions, obviously fucking scummy. But as we've been saying, the death threats, the ignorance of, obviously they're not serious. Now, if they felt like there was going to be legitimate harm done, like if somebody showed up to your studio, right, and they put some package that read bomb over the top of it, you'd be like, holy shit, I'm not opening that package, I'm gonna get blown up.
Yeah.
There's a situation where I'd be like, oh yeah, sue the bastards, fuck it. If you know who it is and you can single it out, sue those fuckers, they suck. But they can't really prove that intent was going to happen. It's, like you said earlier, just slander. And hell, this is the internet, but Valve, in a defense of this company, they do need to follow their guidelines a little bit more strict. If somebody leaves a review that says, oh yeah, go fucking kill yourself, I hope you guys die in a horrible car crash for making this terrible game, yeah, you should definitely delete that review. That's obviously ignorant. But if they're cussing while making a review, I've done it. I did it for NASCAR Heat. I left a shitty review. Do I believe that it should have been taken down? Probably. I said some shitty shit. But this company, they're trying to, in their own way, right the wrongs that Valve themselves were not sticking to their guidelines by apparently suing these people. But if you're suing somebody over an opinion, bro, you just need to grow up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous that they're going this far. They jumped the funny wagon and then they went on to the holy shit, they're fucking serious, this is hilarious wagon.
But you can also report those.
Absolutely.
So it comes down to the community itself.
Absolutely.
Notifying Steam if it's good or bad.
Absolutely.
That's where that's where this question goes. Did Valve get any of the reports? Because no offense to anybody out there, people are freaking weird.
Yeah.
I say no offense. You know, like I say no offense, and then I like say something very, very like not offensive because I stopped myself, but I really wanted to say it was completely different. But anyway, people are weird. They say, you know, I paid $2 for this and it sucks. You know, like that's fine. People can go yes, no, funny, you know, report.
Yes.
That's like where like some people will see paid $2 for this, fucked my wife, enjoyed it. People go, ha, funny, you know, but if people go, paid $2, fucked your wife, enjoyed it, or got crabs or something that wasn't even related to the game, people go, ha, funny, and they walk away.
Yeah.
It comes down to people need to be able to report things and actually do it reliably. So, yes, Valve could have neglected death threats, but were they even informed of these said death threats? Digital Homicide, from their reaction, seems like, yeah, they may have reported it, but at the same time, like, how is that really damaging your reputation if someone goes, didn't like the game, I'm going to kill you?
Yeah.
Like, someone's going to look at that and be, oh, okay, that guy's weird. Down vote. Go on, continue. And, I mean, I'm not saying, you know, that it's okay to do that. They should have contacted Valve and said, I'm getting a lawyer. I want to sue this guy, or I want to, you know, press charges or something. That's fine.
Yes.
Like we were saying earlier, anyone who actually says detrimental things like that to you, go through it. Go through the legalities. But if I just say, these guys suck ass, they don't know what they're doing. These games suck. It's the glitchiest game I've ever made. I don't even touch this game ever again. Don't even look at this company again. Like, you see their name, run away. Why
Yes.
should I get sued about being honest? And that's going to be funny because when this goes to court, if the defendants, all they have to do is go, you see, and this is going to be where it's going to be touch and go as far as like winning the case if they do, is the people who go, I said that this game is glitchy, and they show a video of the game glitching how they said it was. It's no longer slander. It has merit and it's factual discussion.
Yes.
They're gonna lose that portion of the case.
Yes.
Now, however, if you did go, this game sucks, don't play it, that's on your own opinion. If that's a touch and go subject, I mean, can you prove it sucks? Yes, you can. But what is the definition of suck? Everyone has a different definition.
Yes.
How is that going to win or lose in court? That's where I'm curious, and I want to know where this goes, because I think Digital Homicide's case should be dropped the moment it's set in court.
Yes.
But can they actually win a portion of this case? And I think they can,
Yeah.
because yes, they can, because they can prove, oh, Bob Jamie said a death threat under the username of Lord I suck on everybody's toes 79, and they can prove that they said it. But how are they going to do the payouts? $18 million in personal injury. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't either. They set a pretty big number, and they're hoping that the judge, seeing the number, will be like, whoa, there must have been a lot of damage. In a technicality, there's fucking not. They're just a little bit butthurt.
Yeah. No. See, what I think really happened is enough of the people realized the Digital Homicide's, I guess you could say, resume or whatever. They seen how all these games were being made by them and they all sucked. Actually, and this article even describes it. On top of producing shovelware, which is their definition of posting game after game after game.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and apparently Digital Homicide has allegedly masqueraded as different developers and offered game keys in exchange for rigging greenlight votes. The company may have already been on the road to a Steam ban. So could they have been found out? And then they're like, okay, we're not going to be able to make any more money. Can we win this and get ourselves a free ride to retirement?
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what this really is about. I think it's about Digital Homicide wanting them price, that little money, because they can no longer sell their games because they just got found out.
In the end of the day, this is how I'm gonna show the difference between how the developers think and how the community of Steam and overall gaming think. Okay, overall gamers would say, don't make a shitty game. And then the developers would say, don't leave, horrendously rude comments on our game, on our reviews, because you're automatically going to deter people away from the game. In the end of the day, this is just how it works. Like, there's going to be two sides to the story, but yeah, like you said, if this case actually goes to court and they actually try to prosecute these people who sat there and gave their opinion on the game how Valve allows them to, they're not going to win it. They're just not. They can't. But the people that sent death threats and shit like that, they're in a little bit of hot water. They could probably win the case just because of the death threats. But other than that, throw the rest of the case out.
Yeah. And part of the article as well, it says the lawsuit filed by Digital Homicide's James Romine, however it's pronounced, comes alongside a separate claim against YouTuber Jim Sterling, whose videos have frequently roasted the developer's games. Some of Sterling's fans have supposedly harassed both James and his brother Robert through the mail. That, take it to court. Not necessarily Jim, but the fans.
Yes.
They go to court. Not the guys who post a review saying this game sucks,
And here's why.
Yeah, like, and the question is, are we wrong? Could these hundreds of users who are well, it says here, Valve has pulled all Digital Homicide's games from Steam in response to developer subpoena, forcing Valve to reveal the identities of hundreds of users who posted harsh reviews. What's the definition of harsh? Are they doing what we're saying now, and this article is getting blown out of proportion, or are they really just that shitty of a company? And I think they're just that shitty of a company.
I do
And
too.
don't sue me for saying that Digital Homicide,
Yeah,
because I can't pay you shit. I
I
mean,
can't
I'm
either,
broke.
dude. Don't sue us. Don't, for lack
I
of
mean,
a better word, don't be pussies.
well, look, this is what we'll do. All right. If you sue us, we will give you whatever we want. Podcast.
Woo!
You can have it. That's it. That's all you can have.
You
We have
can own the
nothing else.
name, boy.
Shit, yeah, you
Trademark
have the
it.
name.
Make
Yeah,
a new
trademark
game.
that shit. It's
Make
yours
a new
now.
game, boy.
Enjoy. No, all right. Let me legally say we're not giving it to you. Don't take
Yeah,
it. You shit.
yeah. Don't be retarded.
Yeah, don't quit fucking around. Get your shit together. All right.
Yeah,
What
for
else
real.
should we talk about today?
Wow. So after that bombshell, we've got another bombshell, and this is from us personally. So there's no article picture or anything like that, but I'm going to go ahead and put this on the screen now. NASCAR Heat Evolution.
Oh.
Let's talk about this shit, dude.
Oh, see, this is a touchy subject for me because people may not know this. I'm a former moderator for Technics. DMR is a rebrand of Technics in a sense. Martin, I believe his name, Martin Duvernay, whoever the heck he is, or Ed Martin works for ETX. Yes. So Duesenberry Martin Racing is the company that made NASCAR Heat Evolution. They apparently got a lot of the guys from the old NASCAR Heat
and Dirt to Daytona.
And Dirt to Daytona, yes. And tried to, like, I don't know, remake the game and make it back to the core of what NASCAR Heat was.
Yes.
And I don't know if y'all hear this, but this is what they did. They dropped the ball.
Yes. They dropped the ball. And if you are a frequent, user of Reddit, you can actually find their subreddit, which is DMR NASCAR Heat. Their subreddit. Now, I will give them this. Even though the game was kind of iffy and, kind of not that great, they are extremely good to the fans that actually bought the game. Like, I remember when this game dropped on PC, because it dropped a day early on PC than on console. I bought the game. I spent $60 hard-earned dollars on this game. And I went to play it. There's a video on my channel. You can watch it. I went to play it, and I got this bullshit error message that was talking about how I couldn't use my controller. And I would literally press a button on my controller, and it would act as if I'm pressing a button, and it wouldn't do shit. It wouldn't let you play it. So the next day, I went and posted on the forum because there was a big master post of everyone saying, hey, here's the issues with NASCAR Heat. Here's what's wrong with it. So I added my 2 cents and I said, hey, fix the controller issue, because we're speaking from our perspective about this game. This isn't article related. This is just us.
Yes.
That controller issue almost ruined it for me, because the first day I went and refunded the game, and I was just going to buy, CSGO and other games that I've wanted to have for a long time, because, I finally had $60 on Steam. But I didn't do that because I knew that they were going to patch it, because they're really good to the fans that bought the game and spent their money on it. But like David said, they literally dropped the ball pretty hard. I mean, the physics are iffy. The graphics, I don't know why everybody has a big beef with the graphics. I mean, yeah, they're not the greatest, but they're not too shabby. Like, Homestead looks fucking incredible. Really, any track that's, Sunset looks really good in that game. Atlanta looks fantastic. The graphics aren't the big issue that everybody needs to freak out about, and that's what I mostly saw on the Steam reviews for the game. By the way, thank you, DMR, for not suing people who gave a review for your game, because if anybody needed to be sued, it was me, because I was extremely upset. And I think my review got like 22% found this helpful, but like there was more haha this was funny reviews than there was like, oh yeah, this is a good review. So
Well,
yeah.
like, see, that's the thing. This game, the NASCAR Heat, it looks good. I disclaim, I don't own the game. Okay,
Yeah.
I borrowed it. As I'll say, I played the game. I loaded the game up, and okay, let me disclaim, I did not pirate it. Okay, I heard that laugh. I really didn't. I loaded up on controller, and I'm from iRacing. I'm used to the wheel, clutch, everything, shifter, everything like that. I'm used to that. I loaded the game up. I was like, wow, this doesn't look too bad. All right, cool. I go in, start my career, because that's what I wanted the game for. I wanted the career aspect. Man, I
Yes.
was so happy. I was like, yeah, they're talking about an in-depth career. You can make your own character, like you can morph his face. All right. I get in there, I'm messing around with the character, and I'm like, wait a minute, where the hell's my name? I'm like,
Yeah.
wait. I mean, like, if you're making a career mode, how can you not set your name? Like, what? Like, that was the immediate red flag for me. Like, don't, like, I was like, all right, that's a minor thing. I'm gonna look it over. But wait a minute, something's wrong here. All right. So I load the career up. It tells me nothing. It says you need to place top 30 twice. Okay, the only
Yeah.
thing I get to hit was race, and I'm like, okay, race. Throws me into a track. It's not even like the beginning of the series. It's like, uh, I think Texas or
Kansas.
something.
Kansas
That's
was the
it.
first one. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you load up in Kansas, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Is it like, am I that driver like Landon Castle who just got a career for that race? Like, what's going on here?
Yes.
Like,
The,
explain to me what I'm doing. All you said was it's a new team, and that was it.
place 30th. Yeah. That
Yeah, like what the hell? Give me more information. So
I
I go in there. Go ahead.
I think you're looking at it the wrong way. I do see what you're saying. I think they did that for Kansas, right? Because at Kansas, I don't know about you, but I got a really good finish. Like I got like top 10 for
Oh,
my
well, yeah,
career.
let me back up. It's not the track placement or anything like that. It's the fact that they threw you in and didn't tell you anything.
Yeah, yeah.
They missed the immersion of the career mode.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like that's me. And when I play a career mode like that, I want to feel immersed. I want it to be my character, my UFC 2 character. It's not my name, but I feel like that could be me because of the fact I selected a name, the location he's from, I made what he looked like, I gave him tattoos. I have a story. I have to fight my way in. Welcome. This is a new team. You need to place 30th twice.
Yes.
Okay, like it's not, and it addresses me by the Steam name.
Yeah.
Like, for real, I'm battling Dale Earnhardt Jr. and it says good job J79472. It's like, what the fuck? Like, okay, Spotter, you do realize that I have a name, right? Yes, I do. J749782. It's like, what the hell? And
Yeah.
like, that's the immediate drop the ball moment for me because it doesn't don't get me wrong, it doesn't ruin the game, but this is just leading up to like my end result of it,
Yeah.
so I'm
You
going
can't be
through.
immersed, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and I do simulation. I'm all about that simulation. Very little assists. I have it on sim mode because one thing with NASCAR Heat Evolution, which I really love that they did, this is where they kind of made that step up. This is something that people have been screaming about since NASCAR the game. Have a mode where it's arcade and have a mode where it's simulator. Physics are changed, assists are changed. Great on you, DMR. Thank you for that. Because
Yeah.
sim mode is a lot better than arcade mode, yes. However, what in the actual blue blazes is going on in the sim mode with the controller? Because, like, seriously, you have to be like so careful with your input, or if you like mess it up, you're automatically on ice. All
Yeah.
right, so like you're wiggling, you're wobbling, you're weaving and waving, and you're just like you're like, all right, listen, all right, I got this. I finished 20 something in Kansas. I was proud of myself. All right, I went to the next track. I think it was Texas or something.
Yeah.
It's a cookie cutter pretty much. I couldn't get past turn 1 because every time I would go, don't get me wrong, this is how I played it. I was very gung ho. I would try to pass at the start, right? Bad idea, because apparently they, instead of using vehicle programmers, they recruited people from Madden who programmed the linebackers, and instead of tapping you, they just punt you out the way by tapping you on the side. Like, what in the world? Like, I'd come into the like I made it past one lap, and
Yeah.
coming into the the
The quad
trioval,
oval.
yeah, the quad over. I forget who it was. He just barely came up and tapped me, and I went into the wall and I did a barrel roll.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, like, what's going on with their programmers? Like, seriously.
And I kind of want to play devil's advocate here because I do browse their Reddit. Like their Reddit, like I'm saying, if you are not on their subreddit, make an account on Reddit, follow that fucking thing, because there are a lot of people who bring up this issue of the AI are a little bit aggressive and that they just follow. Like they tried to say, oh yeah, the AI is adaptive and they'll choose different lines. They do, but when you're beside them, they have no fucking clue that you're there. They have no idea. But I have noticed this. If you're on the top 3 wide and you're making passes, because, you know, the back of the field is obviously going to be slower because they're in traffic and they're trying to weave around and trying to find an area to go. They will recognize that you're there when you get up to their back bumper. Like if you're coming up on them pretty quick and you get to the rear quarter panel, they will give you room. But if you're side by side with them, they have no fucking clue that you're there. They pile drive you into the wall, and then you do a crazy fucking flip because these physics are just... I don't want to say they're garbage, because they're not. I mean, you can have a pretty good time playing that game. Like, I've got a couple hours on that game now, and I like it, but they just don't give a fuck about you. The physics don't give a fuck about you. The AI don't follow the same physics as you. It's kind of the
best way I can describe the physics is using the garbage, little reference. It's pretty much like you just emptied a water bottle and you threw it in the trash. It's not bad trash. It's not bad garbage, but it's still the fact of it's not the best. It's no longer useful.
You should have put that in the recycling bin, David.
Yeah.
Help the earth.
Listen here, asshole. All right, listen, I'm from Florida. We don't give a fuck about our environment. No. But, all right, listen, asshole. All right, no, but the point is, all right, it's not like that 3-day-old stuff that's in your fridge that you threw out. It's not like, oh my God, throw it out now. Take it out now. It's a bottle in the trash. It's not that big of a deal. You can live with it.
Yes.
So, like, yes, there is questionable physics going on, and yes, they think they're linemen for linebackers for Madden, but they do recognize you to an extent, because I have had some really great races. I won at Martinsville, which I'm very good at short tracks. I will always admit, on iRacing, I had the record lap time in practice and second best in qualifying for Bristol in the Nationals. I'm good at short tracks. I will admit to this. I'm not the best, but I'm good. So I knew going into Martinsville, I had a good chance. I qualified the top 5, I think it was. I was like, all right, this is going to be good. I'm going to win. It's going to be easy. Wrong. The only reason why I won is because they were battling lap traffic and I had better management than they did.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. As soon as Logano got clear of the lap traffic, he was already on my ass. And I'm like, what? I'm like, this is awesome. And keep in mind, at that point, I switched to the wheel. Because the wheel is 50 times better than any goddamn controller you can find. Because what in the world is going on with the controller?
Yes.
And but that's the point of NASCAR Heat Evolution. They did good, but they did bad at the same time. The blowover physics, I'm glad they're there, but they are way too upscaled. Like, seriously.
Yes.
Like, that is partially the issue at Texas when you barrel roll so easily, is because it detects a quick orientation change, and then it wants to give the aerodynamically physics, whatever you want to, whatever you want to be scientifical about it. It detects it, so it tries to get you up in the air, and that's good. But that doesn't happen at Texas all that often, especially when you're only going 80 miles an hour face first into a wall.
Absolutely.
Like, seriously, like, they upskilled it way too much, which is not a bad thing, because in a long story short form, NASCAR Heat Evolution is a great game to pick up on and play.
Yes.
Now, if you want to take it serious or want to have a serious time with it, you better have a wheel, because you ain't going to be able to. Force feedback's not there. It's vibrations. That's all it is.
Yeah.
you only got 90 degrees turning, which for street race or for oval racing, you don't need to go past 90. If you do, you're burning your tires.
Yes.
However, it's still strange that there's no force feedback, or it's hard to find that good zone to where you need to turn without scrubbing your right front. Because I scrub my right front like no tomorrow because I can't find that nice little, meet in the middle. Like
Yes.
Richmond, I couldn't go anywhere in Richmond. I got a 20 something finish because of luck. Actually, fun fact, I got that finish because I wrecked so bad my aerodynamics were screwed up, and somehow that made me faster.
Yeah, it gave you more mechanical grip.
Yeah, like it was funny because like I was dead last the whole time and I kept hitting the wall. Well, finally I just started catching them and I'm like, wait a minute, is this the adaptive AI going into play?
Yeah.
No, no,
No.
it wasn't, because I hit the wall again and I got better.
Yeah.
And then I wrecked and got worse. And it's like, what in the world is going on with the physics in this game? It's
The
fun to
physics
pick
in
up.
this game.
Yeah. All right, listen, we're gonna have a talk. But no, like it's
A Dracula.
I don't say blah blah blah. But no, like NASCAR Heat Evolution is a good pick-me-up game. But as far as immersion or realism or simulation, which NASCAR Heat Evolution never really said, that it was a full-on simulation game. They said there was simulation mode. Oh, and Adrenalize just asked a really good question in the chat. He says, would you say they did a better job than the output from Eutechnics? 100 times better, because of the fact that they are listening to the fans. They put in the simulation arcade mode. They gave you a really, I say this loosely, really in-depth career mode, which I say loosely because of my gripe with the names. Give me a full-on experience. Let me feel like I'm an actual new driver.
Yeah.
Like seriously, like I want my name up there, or I want my alias's name up there.
Yeah.
So, and the physics are not that bad. You can actually race and enjoy it if you're on a wheel, or if you're really good at controller, I should say. People on controllers are amazing sometimes. But for me, you have to be on a wheel, and you have to actually try, because all I did was career mode. I don't know about the extra speed rating systems. It was you who kind of taught me a little bit about it. But the racing itself can be fun. I mean, I think I just got done with Richmond on my career mode, which is still early on in the career. And I enjoyed the time that I was playing a lot more than I did with NASCAR the game, which is funny because my name is inside the credits of the game. And, I talked big and bad about Eutechnics improving. DMR did 20 times better on their first game than they did on their last one.
Yes.
Because they listened to their people. The mistakes that they made when they released, they patched it already. I had the same issue you were talking about for my G25. I had to go in and find a profile and copy and paste it myself. I should not have to do that.
Yeah.
Well, they patched it and gave you a controller configurator.
Yes.
Amazing. Yeah, that's good.
And it had a lot to do with their subreddit. I cannot blow their dick more about their subreddit. Their subreddit is incredible. Go on it. I'm not kidding. I'm slapping my leg. I'm so serious about it. But like the AI definitely need work. They need work real bad.
Yes,
and the immersion
definitely.
to the game isn't all that great.
Agreed.
But here's the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what makes this game great. I was playing online, which on PC it's real. You could. There's not a lot of rooms. There's not a lot of people playing online. You have to catch a certain time. Like right about now would be a perfect time to get online for PC to play online multiplayer with people. But that's where the game shines. Like the multiplayer racing wise, I mean, Chicagoland can't be any better, but Chicagoland is great for any game. iRacing, top notch. Chicagoland is the shit. Las Vegas is great in that game online. Talladega was surprisingly really good. I mean, shit. I was racing with Christopher Overland, which is, if you don't know who that is, he's a big time, iRacing, like he's in the Pro Series. And
you hear that, Chris? You're a big timer now.
Big time, Chris. But anyway, I was racing him at Talladega, and I made a last lap pass, and me and him, smacked each other, trying to get to the finish line first. It was an incredible experience playing online with people. the way that you had to catch people online, all that shit. The physics made the game in online really fun because everybody has a chance. But here's a gripe. If you have your game set on arcade mode and somebody else is on simulation, you use arcade and they use simulation. That's a huge problem that nobody has said yet. And you know what? I'm dropping the bomb here. That needs to be fixed. It's unacceptable.
There's
But
the bomb.
the bomb, dude. He dropped it. He dropped the bass. I can't add a bass drop, but you know, that's one thing that they need to look into. But aside from all of those issues, the immersion, the physics, all of that, like you said, David, they fucking kicked Eutechnic's ass compared to the drops for their games. Because, I mean, they would drop it and then they'd be like, okay, we're done. You paid for what you got. NASCAR Heat Evolution, DMR, though I gave them a shit ton of fuckery. I mean, I messaged them on Facebook. I tweeted at them. I commented on their forum on the subreddit, DMR NASCAR Heat. I'm serious. Check out that subreddit. But
listen, asshole.
Dude, I can't say it enough. You know, I gave them shit, and they fixed it. You know, they gave you a controller configurer. You can set that all up now. They're fucking incredible for that. They did a good job. They listen to the fans. It's very important. That doesn't happen all that often with games nowadays. They usually just drop them and then they're like, okay, fuck it, we're done. We got $60 out of these pricks. Now we can go and make the next game. But these guys, I'm confident when their next game comes out that it's going to be way better than this one. It's going to be absurdly better.
Let me back up real quick because you're wrong to an extent.
Okay.
Eutechnics did patch their NASCAR the games.
True.
However, it took them so long to do it. Like, they just completely dropped the ball on their customer service.
Yes.
And like, that was so painful as a moderator. I'd have to sit there because I was talking to the community managers, you know, daily pretty much. And, you know, like, I would know before everyone else what was going on. And I would know, like, the no bullshit, no politics, you know, answer.
Yes.
And it was stupid because they all blamed Microsoft. They blamed Sony for the delays.
Yeah.
But in reality, it was them, because look at DMR. They have patched the PC. They patched the PS4 just the other day. They've been doing so much better and so much quicker. These guys actually care about what they're doing. However, they should have gotten their heads out their asses, realized that it is now a new generation, and they needed to step it up before it was too late. And unfortunately for NASCAR Heat, it's too late, because now the biggest thing is the sounds. All it is a remake of Dirt to Daytona, which I loved. Dirt to Daytona, don't get me wrong, the sounds are good for the age, but it's now 2016 and it is time for an upgrade. They should have gotten new samples. They should have completely redid the sounds, because I've noticed cockpit, hood cam, chase, none of those are different audios. They're all the same, minus a little bit of a level change.
Yeah.
And that is heart-wrenching to me, because that helps you with your immersion. I play on hood cam because I can't stand the cockpit, which is
I can't either.
for me. I'm a cockpit driver all the way. Any game that has a cockpit, I'm in it. I'm good. I love it. Train simulator, trucking simulator, racing games, you name it, I'm always in the cockpit for immersion. NASCAR Heat does not deliver that. So I do it on the hood, and at points I catch myself going, this game is beautiful.
Yeah.
I was passing Dale Earnhardt Jr., and I remember this because we're going into the corner. I'm on the brake. And, you know, I'm going through the corner. I'm looking. I'm like, wow, that's a very pretty car. And then I wreck and do a barrel roll, and I'm just like, shit. All right, focus on the game.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, it has that moments of wow, especially at Phoenix. I loved the way Phoenix looked.
Yeah.
But my gripe is a lot of the tracks you don't need to hit the brakes on, which is arguable that they don't do it in the real world, but I feel like there's some kind of hidden assist even on simulation.
Yeah, there definitely is. Because,
like,
I mean,
that's my.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Like, okay, so you'll, at Auto Club, I know it especially at Auto Club because I can feel it. They tried to emulate 2015 physics, by the way, so that's why there's a lot less. You don't have to hit the brakes except for when you're at short tracks, because those cars used to have so much downforce. They were just playing with the throttle like Indy cars. I mean, when Matt Kenseth got dumped at Kansas. They may have been using the brakes later in the run, of course, but at the beginning of the run for like the first 15 laps, I mean, if you played iRacing when the physics were 2015, A-Class, the Cup car, you wouldn't get on the brakes that often unless you were trying to avoid a crash. I mean, you would be going 195 miles an hour in the corners at Charlotte until the tires died, and then you'd have to start hitting the brakes, which was great immersion. You could feel the tires changing. iRacing used to get shit for that. But this game, the tire fall off isn't that great, and also, like I was trying to say, I got sidetracked. Going to Auto Club, you can drive the car like balls deep into the corner and have no problem turning. I mean, no problem. But when you're halfway through the corner, the car will get tight like it should because you need to let off the gas and try to fuck with it. But you'll feel like the car is shaking around and buffeting around and everything. There is a hidden traction control. And I posted it on the DMR forum for it. Because I was like, yeah, there's... I think the first point that I made, because I did a point-by-point post, like 4 points for AI and then 4 points for just the regular physics. And first fucking point for the physics was holy traction, Batman. Because there's a lot of traction, dude. It's out of this world. You should, like, if you go into a corner as fast as I'm talking about at Auto Club, because turn 3, you can flat-foot it until the apex, and then you have to let off a little bit for the exit, which is how it should be. They got that right, but the way that they have that traction is where you should be losing grip and where you are losing grip, you're bouncing in between, like, grip, no grip, grip, no grip, and then you'll smack the wall off the corner. That's something that they need to look into. The physics aren't perfect, but, dude, online is incredible.
Yeah, I like to first off point off. I love the enthusiasm when you said balls.
Yeah,
10,
of course.
Would listen
balls.
again. Would definitely listen again. But like, as far as we're not experts, we're not experts in tire fall off. We're not experts in physics. You know what we're saying here. We could be wrong on that. Could be how it's done. But for as far as a gaming aspect, is because you mentioned the car like moving around and everything like that. I noticed that your car moves a lot.
Yes.
That's my gripe about force feedback as well, going back to that, because I want to feel the car shaking through the freaking corner.
Yeah.
But no, it's just like you see the car going left, right, left, right, left, right, up, down, and it's just like, all right, my wheel's staying center, not moving at all. You're like, all right, cool. Am I sticking in this corner? You slide up a little bit, you get off the throttle, you get back on it. You're pretty much like you're fucking like you're getting a foot workout more than anything because you're up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and you're like, all right, out of the corner, full throttle. It's like, like what is going on here? And I think there's a really clunky steering assist for the controller, because I would be at Daytona or a track where you do a little bit of steering input, you come off the corner and you let go of your analog stick and you're starting to go right now.
Yeah.
Like and you go to hit the left and you move it a little bit and it doesn't do nothing, so you do it a little bit more and also you're like, swoop!
Yeah.
You're in the inside line, you go to correct it, you hit the right, and you're spinning around in circles, and a car hits you and you're like 20 feet in the air and you're just like, I can see my house from here, Mom.
Yeah.
Hi. And then you just do a barrel roll and it's like, what in the world's going on here?
Oh, hey, there's the Empire State Building.
Yeah, right? Like, oh, hey, waving to the passengers on a 747 as they're going by. Hey.
Yeah.
If you look to your left, you'll see a NASCAR spec up car at 30,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Martin Truex, how you doing? It's like, what?
Yeah, it's strange. But I am confident in the fact that they're going to fix a lot of stuff, because there was a previous update. That was a pretty large update. I mean, this game is made on the Unity engine, which is known to be not the greatest engine in the world, honestly. Mm-hmm. But they released a pretty big update for the Unity engine. It was like 126 megabytes. This game was 5.6 gigabytes. That's a pretty big update. It's not the biggest update they can do, but my point is, when I got into the game again, I think I was on Skype with you. I'm not entirely sure, but I could immediately tell that there was a difference. Something had changed. I couldn't tell if it was if the car was a little bit looser, or if they toned down that traction control type feeling shit, or steering assist, or whatever the hell it is. but something changed, and that's good. They listen to what we're saying. I mean, I talked to, when I talked about earlier, posting on the subreddit when I was talking about our controller issues. I was talking to a guy that worked for them that was taking the information from this post, and they were going back to the office and telling them what the problems were and how they were going to fix them and everything. I talked to him, and I made kind of a shitty post, and I was like, hey, I refunded my game until you guys fix this. And I remember my friend being like, oh, yeah, you probably shouldn't have said that. And I was like, well, it's true. They need to know. Yeah. It's, you know, I'm not going to keep the game if I think it's poopy. If I can't even play the game, I'm not going to keep it. I'll go buy something else. But thankfully, they fixed it, and they fixed it in a big way. They listened to people who had these problems, and they will in the future as well. I mean, in a way, this game, when it dropped, wasn't the best, but they are making up for it. They're trying their best. They're giving it all they got, and you know, kudos to them. They're good fucking guys. A lot of the guys that work for, you know, DMR and Monster Games are the same people that made these games, you know, back in 2002, 2001, 2000. They've been around. They've been making games for that fucking long, for NASCAR games. You know, that they're good people. And try not to shit on them, because they won't answer you if you shit on them. But if you're nice and courteous and you tell them what's going on that subreddit, they will take your input, and they're serious about it too. So this game has gotten a little bit better. There's still issues that the AI need to be fixed. That's probably the biggest problem, I would say right now. What would be the biggest gripe for you? The career mode, or the AI, or the physics?
No, that's a really hard question.
Try to answer at the best of your abilities, David.
Well, see, like that's the thing is like the game in and of itself is good. Don't get me wrong; it's a fun pastime. However, I think the biggest thing is the physics need to be adjusted, mainly because of how it is on simulation mode. I haven't done arcade mode. It might have a lot more grip and it might feel better, but I'm a simulation guy. That's what I want it for. And on simulation mode with the controller, really needs fixed. The amount of grip that the AI has is insane, because if they just barely tap you on your door, you're into the wall and barrel rolling.
Yeah.
The physics need adjusted. That's the biggest thing right now, because the career mode, that's a small fry thing. I mean, that's one game mode. I mean, physics go from game mode to game mode to game mode. That's the core of the game, and that in and of itself needs to be improved. And honestly, if there's anybody out there who can improve, it is DMR and Monster Racing Gaming, whatever they are. They themselves can and will provide, because these guys are top notch in regards to caring. And
yes.
I've never spoken with them, and I would love to actually sit down one-on-one with them and get to know them. But from what I've seen from NASCAR Heat Evolution, from the very start, the very announcement of it to the release to now, they care and they want a true experience for you, because they are passionate about this, and it's not just a paycheck. They may not be perfect and they may make mistakes, but they themselves top-notch people who can provide. And I think I'm really looking forward to the future. What is your biggest gripe?
You know, I tried the career mode, okay, and I was on Skype actually with the guy named Adrenalized87 in the chat. Kudos to you for commenting and asking us a question. We love your input. But I was on Skype with some of my friends, including him, and I was doing a career race at Texas, and I had to restart like 15 times, because they would just straight up ram you out of the way at the back, and you're faster than them, and you're trying to get around them, and the high line is usable. Another thing to give them kudos about, all the lines work. You can run every line. You can have great side-by-side racing. I watched somebody race at Kansas on 105 difficulty, which is the highest you can go, and he had an incredible race with the AI. But the problem is, when you're in the back, they're really desperate, which they should be. That's that's good. But the way that they carry themselves, the AI, it concerns me. Especially at Daytona, I couldn't get past Daytona in career mode. I gave up. I'm not going to play career mode because Daytona is so bad. I can't do anything. You can't make a move on somebody. They run a really weird line in 1 and 2 where they come up off the bottom into the middle lane. So if you're on the top, you get shoved into the wall. They don't give a fuck about you up there. They're not going to adjust their line for that, which they said that wasn't going to happen, and it happens. Now, whether they fix it, and if they do fix it, I'll definitely hop back on career mode. But for me, this game is online because the physics, to me, aren't that bad. I feel like the AI need to be worked on the most.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, because I guess my physics kind of incorporate the AI, because I agree in that aspect. Like, like I was saying, them trucking you to the outside line, and I do agree with you, but I still got to go with physics for mine, like the core of the game. The AI is good, it's passable, but the physics itself is, because like it's just not there. If the AI makes one mistake, you just totally get screwed over.
That's true. It's so difficult because this game is so brand new and they're trying their best to fix it. They'll get it right. It'll end up being right and they'll fix it. I'm positive of that because they care so much about your purchase. It wasn't a one-off thing. They weren't just gonna, because I first thought that they weren't gonna change anything, that it wasn't gonna be fixed, and I was like, damn, I just wasted $60 fucking dollars. And there was a lot of people that could play the game, and they refunded it because they were like, this just isn't worth $60 in my opinion. Which, in a way, I agree with them, but I have faith in these developers. Like they give a fuck about you, and that's real fucking rare with game creation and game developing and overall gaming as a whole. But this game is okay, but I'm confident that they're gonna fix it. I'm confident that this will end up being one of the better games to come out of NASCAR related video games in a long fucking time. It already kind of is. So yeah, it's a meh thing.
Yeah, I could definitely get that. I mean, it's all in all. Do you think they should buy it? I mean, should they wait on it? Should they buy it now? I mean, what's your end comment on NASCAR Heat Evolution? Buy it, wait, don't get it at all.
Here's what I would suggest. If you like NASCAR games, if you want to see the progression of the game from early state to whenever they say, oh yeah, this is as far as we're going to go for this game now, wait for the next game, it's going to be way better, I'd say buy the fucking thing and watch the progression. But if you want to get to that echelon that they get to when it's perfectly done and that they've got everything where they want it, they got their ducks in a row, wait and pay attention to that subreddit. I'm not kidding. I have to say it again. Pay attention to their subreddit. You will see people commenting on the progression of the updates. You will get good, valuable information from the community on the game. Pay attention to what everybody is saying about the game in that subreddit, because they are top notch about telling you what's going on. And that's, final answer, wait and watch the subreddit. But if you don't care and you want to see the progression and you want to play it now, then sure, buy it. But in my opinion, it's not worth $60, but I'm still going to keep it just so I can see what's going to happen. Plus, I can't refund it. I'm already past the 2-hour limit. Steam isn't going to give me my refund. But, yeah, wait is all I can say.
I agree, man. Unless you want something that you could play now that it's passable, wait, watch it, see how it goes. Because get it on sale. If it's on sale, grab it. But if it's not, wait it out. I mean, because unless you really, really, really need a new NASCAR game, just wait. Because there's still a lot to be done.
It's a respectable game. If you could find it on a sale for like $30, dude, do it. Do it immediately. Get the game, play it, see how you like it. If you don't love it, whatever. It's not that big of a deal, but they will fix it. Their second game will be leaps and bounds better than this game just because they're listening to what we have to say. They care about our input, and you know, yeah, they're trying their best, and that's what I don't want to be like a fourth grade teacher about it, but that's what's important right now is that they're trying their best to get this right, and that's important.
Absolutely. So
Okay,
what else we got going on here, Brandon?
so on to our next topic here. We've got Mafia 3.
Oh,
Now, I most people are probably going to turn away now because we stopped talking about NASCAR Heat, but this game, if you like good video games, this is probably going to be a really good video game. I mean, most Mafia games are, but we've got an article from VentureBeat.com that is titled "How Developers Created the Story Behind Mafia 3 and Its Lead Characters Lincoln Clay." I've seen most of the intros for this game and also the what is that shit called? The trailer. The
mm-hmm.
trailer it looks incredible. I like the story already. It looks like it's going to be a good game, and the way that they have this, process so far, from what you can tell from the trailer, it's a game where you're in a mafia type life where they're trying to portray the betrayal, they're trying to portray the atmosphere, and I think they do it really well. Like if you've ever watched like serial killer documentaries where they're talking about, oh, I was in the mob and this is what happened. Like if you want to hear a great one, and it's on YouTube, look up the Iceman, the Iceman tapes. Listen to those. I'm not saying you gotta, but if you want to know kind of how this is going to be, I figure it's going to be like this game because they've done it really well, but they're also going to add in that dramatic effect to a video game where you're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, there's a actual story here other than just killing people and stealing people's money and doing all that shit." They're actually trying hard to make this game interesting. And you got to give them that. It's going to be interesting. And I think the gameplay is going to be well because 2K Games is top notch about that kind of shit. They don't, they don't just shove out games in your face and then they're like, okay, this is it. Yeah, if you've ever played BioShock and shit like that, which is published under 2K Games, most 2K games are really good.
Yeah.
Mafia 3, you know, it, boy, I mean, I'm not going to say it's going to be game of the year, but it's going to be close, man. Story-wise, that's a good game. But to go through this article, the publisher, which his name is Dean, he basically got to play the game as a playthrough, and he says, in the first paragraph, in the first sentence, I've become very interested in the narrative of the Mafia 3 video game coming from publisher 2K on October 7th. It's a simple mob revenge plot on one level, but the writers and designers from Hangar 13 have figured out how to build an immersive world around it, set in the turmoil of a fictional New Orleans in 1968. During the height of the Vietnam War, in that story, Vietnam veteran Lincoln Clay returns to find out his friends, who is in the black mob, who has raised him, are in trouble. He falls in with them and a disaster occurs. I think that story sounds fucking awesome. Like, that sounds interesting. It's a simple plot, kind of already, but it seems like that they're grasping for something that's original. Would you agree, David?
I definitely agree. Don't get me wrong. I've not really looked into Mafia 3 much, but from just the very look into it before we go live type of situation here, I want Mafia 3 now, like
Yeah.
badly. And it's just like I played Mafia 2, but I haven't played it full, but I've played it. And I liked it, but I felt like it had a lot of like a lot of letdowns with it because it wasn't as good as it could have been. I think Mafia 3 is going to be a whole new world. Like, the story sounds very interesting. It sounds very, very simple yet unique, because I feel like they're going to completely revamp what you know as a story about the mafia style, you know?
Yes.
Like, I feel like this is definitely going to be a unique look at it, because they're wanting, from what I've gathered, is they're wanting it to be like the best thing that they've brought out. And it's interesting how they're doing it, because a fun fact, guys, the minimum storage requirement for Mafia 3 is 50 gigabytes.
Yeah.
That's big compared to a lot of the other games.
It's
I
a
think
big game.
Grand Theft Auto 5 might be up there.
It's
But
65.
yeah, but like, dang, like, you go out and get most of these games, they're lower on the gigs. This seems like it's going to pack a lot of punch to their games, because I mean, looking at their Steam page right now, it's interesting, because their footnotes are, an unintended and lethal anti-hero. Um, then revenge your way. You get to choose your own play style. Brute force, blazing guns. To stalking them and killing them. You know, you use your personal desire, and then you utilize Lincoln's military training to play it how you want to. And then the ending footnote is a new family on the ashes of the old. Build a new criminal empire in your own unique way by deciding which of your lieutenants you reward and which you betray. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Can we build our own family? And how much of that can we actually do? Mafia 3, Inside Look, building an open world. Like, what? Like, this
Yes.
seems like it's Mafia 2 20 times better. And like you said, 2K games, they make amazing games. They are all about the detail. Look at NBA 2K17. You can change your arm span, you can change your height, you can actually create your character. That's immersion. That's them caring. Mafia 3, you may not get that kind of customization because it's a story game, but it's the fact that they are adding so much to it. And I think by far Mafia 3 is going to be maybe not game of the year, but definitely going to be up there.
Yeah. It's in the category of trying to go for it if they do this right. Um, but there's a lot of this article is very long. So I haven't gone 100% through it because it's mostly, the article writer, the publisher, is asking, somebody who works on this game that was actually brought in to this game to create a story that is immersive. The way that they have this game described right now is what you said. You can almost, they're trying to portray, without saying it, that you can try to build your own mafia, like your own crime mob, which is awesome. Sounds fucking incredible. But in a way, they could blow this because of that, whether the game is buggy or something like that, which every game has to deal with. But what I find more interesting about this is that the interviewer is asking the guy, hey, are the characters believable? And he's saying, yeah, I think, we have a great foundation, that the acting is very good. Most of the main characters seem like they mesh with each other. They bring each other back down to earth. They're trying to create a chemistry that a lot of games don't fucking do anymore. Like GTA, that whole series, they're incredible at that kind of immersion into their game, which makes you want to play it more. Mm-hmm. And if they're especially going in the direction of, oh yeah, we're gonna let you create your own mob, if that's what they're gonna do, dude, I'm immediately gonna buy this. Like, if that's the case.
I'm immediately gonna be jealous too because
Yeah.
I don't foresee me actually owning this game. Sadly, I just don't have the ability to buy these games right now, and it's so depressing. And that's why I don't know much about Mafia 3 is because I made myself not look into it.
Yes.
But like Mafia 3 just seems like it's gonna be up there on one of the best games out there. I mean, it's just it looks beautiful. I mean, I was going through the pictures on their Steam, and like I'm doing it now as I'm talking, and I can see Mafia 2 in an extent, but I can also see a lot of improvements. Like, here's one of the pictures that I'm going to right now. It's pretty much it's the one of the first pictures actually. I'm trying to get there, so I'm trying to stall. It's him in the muscle car, the nice, beautiful muscle car with the exhaust down the side, and there's a box truck in the back and guys shooting out of it. That to me screams Mafia 2, like visuals. But then you hit the next button and it's just like completely beautiful blood is spewing out of this guy, and the muzzle flash is good, and it seems like it pays homage to Mafia 2, but they also understand that with times they have to advance.
Yeah.
And I think for those who are Mafia 2 fans, I think this might honestly be a game that was worth waiting for.
Absolutely. I mean, it already kind of sounds like it, just the way that they're explaining this and the way that it seems right now, just based off of this article, that you you have a choice into what's going to happen, like
Mhm.
how the story is going to play out. You know, they're trying to say, hey, you're going to be immersed so well that it's going to feel like you're making a choice, because it's obviously not like they're not trying to go for a Walking Dead type scenario where you can choose whatever the fuck what happens next, and your choices affect gameplay. you know I don't think that's
Mhm.
what they're trying to say, but what they're trying to say is they've got it to where you're immersed very well, and that you feel like you're making the decisions based off of you know
Yep.
the context of what's actually occurring in the game. That's what I want in a video game. That's what a lot of people want in a video game, is to
Yeah.
feel so immersed that you're actually the character playing the fucking game. And
Yeah, and like
that's important.
it is because you want the weight on your shoulders. You want to go, oh, I don't want this to happen, but it needs
Yeah.
to. And you're sitting there and you're like, do I want to do it or not? And you're so close to hitting the button, but you're afraid to. And
Yeah.
I've had those moments with other games, like Grand Theft Auto 5. I had that moment of pause, walk away. Hey, sister, what should I do? And I explained the situation. She's like, do this, and I'm like, I kind of regret talking to you. And you walk away, and you're still like debating on it. Like that's how I played it. Like at the end,
Yeah.
it took me 10 minutes to make a decision, and it's just like. I love those type of games, and usually I don't try and pause, but the weight was so heavy that I had to pause and I had to reflect on what the hell just happened. And hopefully Mafia 3 makes it that way to where you actually feel like you at the end of the night, you just made a big decision. You got to go to bed. You got to get up for work in the morning, and you go to bed like, damn, I really
Yeah.
fucked Shamar up.
Yeah. They
Like
want to.
damn,
Yeah. Yeah.
Shamar didn't deserve that, man. I love Shamar. Shamar was my man, man. You
Yeah.
know?
They want to make it to where you know you feel as though you're in the game, and like you said, they want you to feel that ambience for what's going to happen during the game, and that's the best thing about this game right now. The way that they're describing it, it sounds like it's going to be fucking awesome. Like,
I agree.
yeah, so you know I definitely will buy this. I don't know if I'll buy it day one exactly. I know that I said I would, but obviously, like, money is tight. But
Well, actually, what you said is if it had the mafia building aspects.
yeah,
So
yeah,
technically, you're okay to wait a day or two to find
yeah,
out how it actually is. Because I mean, honestly, if they add so much like immersion into this that you can build your own mafia, and it's not just select this guy, kill this guy, select this guy, kill this guy. I might actually be like, yo, I need this game. Because
yeah,
I honestly, I think that'd be a really neat different take of things is a mafia simulator to where like I know I would say it like that, but like to where you have to start from the bottom, work your way up, then you got to build it. You got to build it. You got to make it. You got to make it work, and you got to be immersed by it. And not just like you hit this, this, and this, and by the end of the game, it's pointless.
Yeah.
Like, give us a free roam to where after the story is done, as long as the character does not die, let me continue my mafia family.
Yes.
Have banks to rob, have drug deals to do, have continuously add to the game and DLC. Even you could do this if you have a mafia franchise like this, and you have a family building that you can make your own mafia, you could get away with added DLC, free or pay, that makes sense and doesn't make it so you just want the money.
Yeah.
Like add more stories, more missions to continue your family. I mean, come on, give us that, because that honestly sounds interesting. And Mafia 3 is the perfect franchise to do it on.
Absolutely.
I mean, so go ahead.
I mean, I like where your head's at, and I'm sure they would too, because hey, we get more money. But like the story as it is portrayed in this article, and in general, when you watch the trailers and you hear from people who got exclusive access to play the game already to see how it's going to be, they make it sound like that's what's going to happen, but we never know exactly. But I would, yeah, like a Walking Dead type scenario where they add on to the game later, and you pay like an extra, $10 for, like how The Walking Dead does. You pay like $15 for the next episode. Like, it would be great if they did it like that. Most games should do it like that.
Well, it depends on how they do it. Walking
Well, yeah,
Dead,
true.
I disagreed with how they did that. I mean, yes,
Eh.
you can add installments, episodes, if you will. Mafia 3 needs to be a complete full-on game by itself, and then anything afterwards needs to be its own extension, not
Well,
just,
yeah, that's what I meant.
not just continuing it on. It needs to extend it.
Yeah.
Give us more, give us better, and like if I don't want to buy it, don't make me suffer.
Yes.
Like let me complete this game, and if you want to show me it from someone else's aspect, release it that way. Don't go episode 1 you are Lincoln, episode 2 you're Bob. It's like
Well,
no,
yeah,
no, no,
yeah.
no, no, no. And that's how Walking Dead did, if I'm not mistaken. They extended it so far, and then in order to get the complete, the finishing story, you have to get episode 2. And then to get the rest of that, you got to get episode 3. They made it literally like a TV show that you pay for and you play.
Well, yeah, but that's
Mafia,
cool though.
yeah, well, that's because it worked for that.
Well, yeah.
And the way you kind of explained it made it seem like more companies need to do that. No.
All
What you
right.
need to do is have a complete story and then extend on that story. Things that we don't need to know, but are good to know or fun to know. Add those rather than, in order to complete the story, you got to give us $85. It's like, no, I want to buy the game for $60 or however much it is. I want to play the game fully. And then when I have 15 more dollars, I'll give that to you to learn more. Not, be sitting there going, what the fuck's going on? Like for real.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
You
I'll
know,
take what I said back, because yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like I no, but no, like I wouldn't take it back. I would just realize or sit there and kind of adjust that mindset, because you're right. That is a really good system, but don't do it like The Walking Dead did. Do it as an actual extension to the story,
Yeah.
not the story. Like Lincoln Clay, age 20. Let us go through Vietnam, for God's sake, Let us learn Lincoln better in Vietnam. That's not necessary to the actual story itself, but that'd be fun to know.
Yeah.
Who was Lincoln before war, like more in depth before war, during war, and now we know who he is after war.
Yeah.
Like extend our immersion. Don't make us pay 4 different times for stories, because I'd rather wait for the whole story to be done and released in one, rather than how Walking Dead did, and $15 here, play it, wait a month, get again. I mean, like Life is Strange, beautiful story, absolutely loved that game. Never played it, saw it played, loved it. I didn't like how they released it. Episode 1 you buy, episode 2 you buy, episode 3 you buy. Like, I understand as far as like making money out of it, but I would have preferred that they made a 3-hour game and released it for $60.
That's true.
you know, I don't like that cliffhanger bullshit that people do to make more money, because if you round it up 15, 15, 15, that's more than retail.
Yeah.
Or at least it's close to retail, you know? Like that's them milking more money.
Yeah.
So like I agree that they should do a system like that, but it should be heavily modified from what Walking Dead did. But in conclusion to Mafia 3, do you have anything else you want to say?
Not really. I mean, I think we went over it pretty well. Gave our take.
Yeah,
Explain what's going on.
yeah, and like, yeah. I don't know what the hell that was about, but in the end, I think Mafia 3 is definitely a game that you should bookmark and look into if you're into these type of games. If you're a fan of Mafia 2, this might be the predecessor. This might be the best one coming out.
Yeah,
Or it could not be. That's why
that's
I say
true.
look into it.
Yeah,
As much as I like pre-order incentives,
it's not
that's
smart.
on you.
It's
That's
not
on
smart.
you.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that's
viewer
on
just,
you.
you know, buyer's remorse may happen, but it also could be fucking awesome too. So it's a put your balls to the wall and put your money where your mouth is, and if it sucks, you just got fucked.
And if you want to, you could put money where my mouth is and
And buy
pre-purchase
the
it
fucking
or
game for me.
purchase it for me, and I will give you a review on my channel as well as talk about it on whatever we want. Just saying, that's an option. But what else do we got for
My
tonight?
PayPal link is in the description below.
Yeah, right.
Anyway,
Now, screw that. Add me. I'll send you my Steam name. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Anyways.
fuck. So I believe the next topic that we have is For Honor, and
Ooh.
you know what? We have our boy David who played
Alright.
this game at PAX. Dude, tell us
All
what you
right.
think so far.
All right. Let me disclaim it. I didn't play it just at PAX.
True, true.
I partook in the test before this one called the technical test, and through that I was invited to PAX West from Ubisoft for the For Honor community. So I went and I got to play it again at PAX. And then just recently they had a closed alpha, and I fidgeted a little bit with it, and oh my dear Jesus, this is a wonderful game. Quite honestly, it's it's unique. It's gonna have 12 heroes, so that's 12 playable characters in 3 different factions. You get your Vikings, your samurais, and your knights. So you can kind of fine tune your own dang self. And by the way, you need to switch over. You kind of still got the Mafia 3 up there.
No, I don't.
No, no. Uh-oh, something's wrong on my end. Anyways,
Jesus.
Jesus, Dave, get your shit together. I'm sorry. Okay, there it is.
Fucking
There it is.
David, I
All right.
swear to God, this guy
I'm
never ends.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But anyways, as you guys can see up there real quick, that is a link to sign up for the beta itself. They're going to have a beta and you can get selected to play it. But back to what I was saying, there's 3 factions, 4 heroes in each faction, and they are absolutely all amazing. And the game itself uses a thing called Art of Combat, I believe it was called, where everything you do as far as attack and defense is stance related. You have to, if you want to attack to the left, you have to have your stance to the left. If you want to attack to the right, you have to have your stance to the right. You know, same with the ups. And it's an medieval combat game that absolutely blows my mind. The graphics are amazing. It's going to coming out for PC, Xbox One, and PS4 coming February 2017. And it's again amazing. It's probably one of the best games I've played from Ubisoft, and I've played apparently all of them without even realizing it. It's got its own storyline to it, which is very unique considering knights, samurais, and Vikings are all very diverse groups. You got your samurais who are very honorable. You know, if they dishonor them, that they will literally kill themselves because they dishonored somebody. Whereas your Vikings, they're brutes. They don't care. They'll come, you know, they'll pillage your village and take your women and, drink all your booze. And then you got your knights who are a little bit more honorable. They protect the queen and their villages and stuff like that. And it's very unique how they got them all to work together for a storyline, because that is how it works. You guys are in a universe where you are working together, apparently. All three factions are working together, and each character has their own playstyle. The Orochi's quick, spins, it's like a little ninja, just does what it wants. The Raider, big, bulky, slower, but hits like a motherfucking brute. It's insane how amazing the game feels. And yes, there are balancing issues right now because it's still so early in development. But the beauty of it all is if you sign up for the beta using the link that is on your screen, you yourself can have input. And I will tell you right now, they are listening to your inputs. I've had one-on-one time with the community developer. I've had one-on-one time with the community manager. I've talked to developers. These guys, the guys that I know I play with, have talked to the developers. These guys care and they want this game to be amazing. And I would definitely recommend you to check it out if you're into medieval combat games, because Chivalry on steroids times 10, it is the best game as far as or medieval combat goes, because like
Yeah.
legitimately, it's the multiplayer is very, very interesting because of the fact that each fight that you have is different. You'll Unless you fight the same person, you will never have the same exact fight again, because each character, it's by their play style. You might come against someone who works offensive very well, but you might come across someone who does defense very well. And it's very interesting on how this game is, and it's a very, very steep learning curve for a lot of people, because with me, I played the Raider nonstop. I got very well with the Raider. I switched to the Warden, and this is during the last closed alpha, and I got my ass annihilated by an Orochi, and like it scared me. I don't want to touch the Warden again. I want to stick to the Raider. And like the type of combat is it's so rewarding. This isn't the type of game that you can have a conversation with your mother while you're playing it. You have to go, "Mom, not now, I'm busy." And you need to focus on the game, and you need to fight your best, because if you don't, you will die, and it will be very, very sad. Because I mean, I've had battles to where I'm like, I'm getting into it. I'm like, yeah, no, fuck, no, why did I do that? I'm getting all like verbal with it, and I kill him, and I'm like, oh, that was so rewarding. And
That
it's just,
is a very concise review right there. I'm pretty convinced that I need to play the beta now.
you need to go sign up and absolutely give it a try. And honestly, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get into the beta,
That's
but
true.
if you do, oh my dear, you're going to love it, because if you're into this type of game, it's going to be good. But disclaimer, if you're a computer player right now in the beta, controllers hands down the best way to play the game, because this is originally made for the consoles, with consoles in mind. Xbox controller, Steam controller, PlayStation controller, recommended to use those. They're currently in the process of fine-tuning the mouse and keyboard. Controller, have a controller ready, because you will absolutely have a better time playing the controller. And that is sad, because I love the keyboard and mouse, but right now it's worth making that transition because of the fact that you don't have that look around delay. You know how, like, when you're playing a game, you have your mouse and keyboard, you can move it to the right and you spin around real quick.
Yeah.
And then on a controller, you move the controller and it's like a slower turn.
Yes.
During combat, you don't look around. You're focused on where you are. Your right stick, when you're in combat mode, it changes your stance. So in reality, a controller for this game is very, very sensible. It's left for an Xbox One controller. It's left trigger to lock on, right bumper to use your light attack, right trigger to use your heavy attack. They're all right there. It's all good to go. X is to guard break. A is to dash. B is to feint your attack so you stop it. Like left stick to move around, and it all makes sense once you get used to it. So that's the only bad thing about the game, is right now in the beta you have to use your controller, but it's worth it.
I agree. All right. Man, that now I wasn't sure about it earlier cuz I hadn't heard about this game actually. Like I'm going to be honest with you. But now I really want to play it cuz if I'm going to ask you this just because I think it's relevant. Do you think that this game is just a more technical version of the Dark Souls franchise? Like, is this just something that is just better in that regard for actual gameplay of fighting another character
I'm gonna throw
in that
somebody under
aspect?
the bus. I'm gonna throw somebody under the bus.
All right.
During the closed alpha, I was talking to somebody. I don't know who it is. I can't remember his name. And if you're watching, I'm sorry. Um, he's a Dark Soul hardcore player.
Yeah.
He's exclaimed that he has like thousands of hours into the game, and it's not an exaggeration, according to him. I whooped his ass, nonstop. Whooped his ass. This game is completely. It may seem the same. I've never played Dark Souls, so I don't know. But as far as this game goes, I think that it's its own little thing. And honestly, the difficulty is unique. You may not have an issue. You might automatically learn the system, but then you might have a hard time. So I really can't give an honest to God, comparison in that regard. But from what I've experienced playing against the guy who does Dark Souls, it might transition, but it might not.
It's just its own thing.
Yes, it's its own thing, and that's what I like about it. Is it's its own thing, and it's a very beautiful game. It's not at all demanding on a computer. I mean, if I remember correctly, everyone who played the technical test was on the max setting on the computer.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's insane. Like I have a 980 WinForce 4 GB with the i7. I think it's like a 4 GHz with 16 gigabytes of RAM. I played on max at 110 nonstop
Nice.
FPS,
Hell yeah.
and it's very beautiful, very fluid. And if you have a decent enough computer to play modern games, this one will work. And honestly, I think it's worth a try. If you meet or exceed the minimum requirements, which they tell you the minimum requirements when you sign up. If you meet or exceed, try it. You will fall in love.
Damn. Those are some big words, David.
It is. And I'm not just saying this because of what I've gone through with Ubisoft. That's honest to God. The reason why I agreed to go to PAX was not because they invited me out there for VIP air quotes, experience. I went out there because I seen how the staff looked at the game and how it played and everything like that. They love working for this game and they love designing this game. The developers, it's amazing. Because we're actually going to talk about my PAX experience later. However, if you want to go ahead and transfer over to the sword fighting picture real quick,
Oh shit!
then we can get back here.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
you don't have it?
I don't think I have it actually.
No.
You know
Okay.
what? You know what? You know what? I'll
What?
put that shit on the fucking screen. I'll do it right now, live.
Good. You better.
You guys
do
will
it live.
hear this. You
Yeah,
guys
hear it.
will see this. I will bring up the sword fight photo. Hold on,
Okay.
just a quick moment. But keep telling everybody the
Okay.
pros and maybe even the cons of this game so far.
I could definitely tell you the pros. I mean, it's a beautiful game. It feels wonderful. It's a unique learning curve, and if you are this type of player who likes a challenge, I think this could get countless hours into it. The cons, not an easy game necessarily. Some people will struggle hardcore. Um, it's more controller oriented. So people who don't like controllers, they may have an issue. Um, um, Hang on 1 second. Hey, sorry, he's panicking on the inside.
Yeah, I'm panicking on the inside. Sorry. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
the one with me, Emil, and remember I was showing you the dang picture. Anyways, so
Yeah,
the
boy.
cons, it's not controller, or it's not keyboard friendly at this time. But remember, it's coming out in February. There's gonna be a beta to fine tune more and more. So there is an opportunity for this to be null and void, but it's more controller oriented. All right. Wow, I don't even know.
There we go. Here,
storyline
I
could
got
be
the
quite-
picture up here.
All right. There it is. Okay. I'm waiting on it. Waiting on it. Waiting on it. It just went away. There it is. All right. So on the screen now is the experience of a lifetime for me. Like I said, I was selected as a Ubisoft Star player and I flew out to PAX. This is Seven Swords. academy, pretty much. That guy with the long hair, I know it's a little bit blurry, or it might be. He is a master of swordsmanship. Um, to the left, the guy in the black and red shirt, that's Emil. He's the community developer For Honor. That guy is amazing. Just from the 5 seconds of talking to him, I could see the passion he has for this game. And he works one on one with the developers, focusing on the community. Anything the community says, he's the guy that goes, this is what they said, and this is what should be done. And just from him, he is so passionate about it. And then if you shoot past the guy with the gray hair, the guy with his hands in the air, that's Fred. He's the community manager for Honor. He is passionate about it. He loves his job, and he didn't have to say that. You could tell by the way he was just looking around at PAX and talking to us. And Craig, he's a community manager. He works on the Siege series. He's the community manager for that. He himself loves his job. You can tell. You can go ahead and go back to the For Honor image, by the way. But like, that's the best thing about this game, is the fact that the developers love what they're doing. And that is exactly why I'm so happy to say For Honor is going to be a great game. Yes, there's going to be problems, but they're working on them. Upon release, I don't foresee a lot of issues. Or at least I hope not, because then they'd make me out to be a liar. But from the alpha, the tech test, everything that I've done, these guys care. They are going to give you a game that is absolutely mesmerizing. There we go. English.
Fucking David.
Oh shit. No, but no, so I definitely recommend you guys go check it out. It's an amazing, amazing game, and you could definitely get some hours out of this if you're into it.
Hell yeah, man. So I guess that wraps up our first talk about, gaming. So now we're going to segment off into VR, because this little man, when he went to PAX, he got to try a lot of the VR technology that is out in the world of gaming right now. So which one do you want to start with first, actually? Like, what was the one VR headset that you used and you were like, wow, this is fucking incredible?
Sadly, I'd have to say it's the Rift, and I will explain why I say sadly. The Oculus Rift is like, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's like the first headset that pushed it. The Oculus Rift is like, this is VR. Experience it with the Rift. And then Vive kind of jumped in and stuff like that. The Oculus Rift was the most comfortable one that I've tried. And I wasn't doing nothing super, moving around or anything like that. I tried it from Ubisoft's Werewolves Within, which is essentially the Pilgrim. I don't know what game it's called, but it's you sit around and you have to discover who is the werewolf of the community, who's the bad guy, and you got to vote them to die or to get killed. And the Oculus Rift was the most comfortable and the most like immersive, because the way it is, it's hard to get a real good feel for the VR experience, because the headsets are so used and they're not, you haven't adjusted them perfectly for you. But what you could do, or what you could feel from them, is the Rift was the most comfortable. And all it was is the game. I was sitting down and I was looking around, and that's pretty much all you did, is look around, and you voted, you talked with your guys who's around you, and you picked out who was the werewolves, or who was lying and all that kind of stuff. So quit your shitting with the dog. Anyways, sorry, he's messing with his dog. But no, like, it was so comfortable, and I could look around it, and it felt so good. And I believe I did the Rift with their Eagle game that they're developing, and again, comfortable, very immersive if you get your goggles right. But as far as VR goes, there's a lot left to be desired. I like the Rift for comfort, and because like it fits so well. But the only issue being is that right now they're still developing those the hand trackers. So like that's the only thing that I really felt was a downfall about the Rift. I mean, the resolution wasn't the best, but I really felt like I could be there in the game. If it wasn't such a cartoonish game, I felt like they were right next to me. And I actually found myself excuse me, sorry, that was rude of me. But I actually found myself reaching over and trying to like poke the guy next to me. And then I realized, wait a minute, that guy is actually sitting across from me. But because of the way the sound was done, he seems like he's right next to me. And with the game, you could gesture, you could point towards people, you could point towards yourself, you could point, you could cross your hands. And it got to the point where we're having more fun being immersed in the VR than the actual game itself. And it was funny because they were having technical difficulties with the master computer, with the master console that like controlled everything. So all the star players were sitting there and we're all talking to each other, pointing at each other in the game. And like they're like, all right, we got it working, we can play the game. And everybody just got quiet and like, oh, well, that means that we really can't have no more fun. And during the whole game, we were having more fun messing with the VR than the actual game itself. And it's funny. But all in all, I think the Rift is the most comfortable so far. But as far as actual like functionality, I think the Vive is probably top notch because of the fact that you actually get fully immersed. I mean, you're standing, you got your little hands being registered, and like you can actually, you're in it, you're in the game. And if I'm not mistaken, Brandon, you've never actually tried VR, have you?
No, I sure haven't, but I wish I could.
I will tell you it's very disorienting at first because you doing the Vive, or not the Vive, I'm sorry, the Rift in the Eagle game, in order to move around, you have to use your head. So people watching you, you literally look like you're a freaking you don't have control of your body because you're flailing around with your head. And like I got so disoriented on my quick movements that I'm like, whoa, hold on, whoa. You know, and then when I put the Vive on, I love the hands. The hands were amazing. The fact that I could lift my left hand and I could see it tracking. I could see whatever it is. I put my hand down, grab the gun, and pull it up, and it's following my movements. But as far as comfort goes, there was always a little light coming in from the bottom, and I could see the outside world. But that was a adjustment issue. It wasn't adjusted right. So I think the Vive is one of the best options out there because of the fact that if it's only you using it and you adjust it for your body, for your face, for your shape, for your comfort, that is the best one out there because of the hands already being out. Like it was amazing. The only thing I didn't like is you couldn't walk around in the experience because what me and Jamar did, Jamar's one of the other star players. He it was a multiplayer experience. I was on one side of the room, he was on the other, and we were shooting aliens and stuff, robots, and like he would teleport around and I would too. And it actually felt like he was next to me at points. And it was funny because I teleported over to him because like he was next to me and then he teleported away. I'm like, what, Jamar, you don't like me or something? So I teleported over to him and I teleported too closely. So I went past him, like inches next to him, and I appeared out of nowhere and scared him. And it scared me because he was so close. I was like, oh my God, who the fuck? And I actually went to shoot him. So like the immersion of VR is definitely there. There's just a lot left to be desired. And honestly, for the price tags, I kind of bite my finger when I say this. Don't get a VR unless you have the money to spend.
That
Because,
that's true because I've seen a lot of the VR headsets that cost like a shit ton of money.
well, the Oculus Rift costs $600 right now, shipped to my house. So shipping's different elsewhere, but it's $600. The Vive, $800. The PS4 VR, I don't know anything about that other than the fact that they actually accounted for glasses, which none of the other ones do. The PSVR is comfortable for glass viewers. And actually, we had my buddy um from PAX. His name's Avery. He's a cosplayer. He was selected for his efforts with Watch Dogs. But he tried the new Resident Evil, the Resident Evil 7 VR experience, and he was telling me that it was absolutely amazing. He's like, he's like, I could keep my glasses on, so that was a plus. And he was telling me a little bit about how it went down, and he's like, I was screaming, and I was like, that's great. I mean, because I really think the VR is a great thing, And to be honest with you, I I definitely think if you have the money to spend and you want to, go Vive because of the fact that it already has the hand supports. But if you are a glasses user and you want to be restricted, I say that because I really don't know much about PlayStation, but get the PlayStation VR, unless you are a computer guy, and then obviously get the Vive or whatever. But all in all, much like the 4K resolution, I think VR is a much needed thing.
I agree as well because that brings in the virtual reality has been talked about since the fucking since cavemen were fucking around, like in the 90s they were trying to get it to work. Like they were giving it their fucking all about it. So the technology that we have nowadays is definitely up to par enough to do it. It's just the manufacturers of VR headsets and how much um, resolution that you can input, into the headset itself that it'll allow. Like I've seen people playing, iRacing on VR headsets, and it
Hmm.
looks fucking dope. You can look around in the car, like it's so for simulation games. This is perfect. Like this needs to be done at this point, especially like if you were playing Arma on Oculus Rift or HTC Vive, especially HTC Vive. That would be fucking incredible, where you could aim around your gun and all that kind of shit. I mean, that would be it's next level.
I agree. I mean, like there's a game out, well, not out. There's a game in development right now. I can't remember the name of it. Um, but it's pretty much the VR version of Arma. I mean, it's not the best graphically demanding game. It's not the best sounding game because they're still developing it. However, the fact that it's on the VR, I think it was the Vive is what they was using. It was absolutely excuse me, wow, rude of me, but no, it was absolutely astounding to watch because like you actually had to scope, you had to, you had to reload, you had to grab your grenades from your chest, and you actually had to do all of the movements. And you could point your gun. And this is the only thing that I find clunky right now is the fact that you don't actually have a physical representation of a gun. You're holding the two little hand trackers, and you hold it up like you're holding a rifle. To me, that's not an issue because that's how when I was training. That's when I didn't have a gun. I'd point my finger straight out and I'd hold it just like like I'm holding a gun. So I'm used to that. But as far as stability and everything like that, it's weird for the first timer, and like you have to pick it up like you're actually holding the two controllers out like you're holding a gun, and then you had to do all your reload animations. You pull them, pull the slide and everything. Like, it was amazing, but there's still a lot left to be desired before that can happen. And I really want to get a Vive simply for those type of games because there was a demo for Vive, where I think it's like guns, grenades, or something like that. And it was funny because like it had all the steps you had to take for a gun. You had to put the clip in, you had to pull a slide, pull the safe. You had to do everything you do on a real gun, and it's absolutely astounding how realistic things can get. And I think VR is the future.
Well, on that bombshell, it seems like we may be done talking about VR and gaming. So now we're gonna go into your experience at PAX.
Oh.
Your experience at PAX, and I'm actually really interested in this because obviously you were brought in under a VIP type scenario. They were wanting you to be involved in, and that's the great thing about Ubisoft and PAX in general. They're very fan oriented. There's a lot of stuff going on. So we're gonna bring up the first picture, which shows you taking a picture of the Ubisoft banner at PAX. Give us your opinion on PAX in general and how Ubisoft took care of you during that time of being there.
Man, I'll tell you, like before I get into my experience, Ubisoft, amazing company. I mean, yes, they may have had issues in the past, but as far as community relations and things like that, they are amazing. Um, they have a program called the Star Player Program, which is essentially when they select certain people from the community who stand out. I was fortunate enough that during the technical test for Honor, I stood out enough that they sat down in a room and they're like, "This guy needs to come." So they emailed me. They're like, "Hey, would you like an all expenses paid experience to PAX West?" And I'm just like, "Mom, I'm going to PAX." No, I wasn't. I mean, I was like, "Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely." I was like, "Yeah, that's awesome." So essentially, what they did is they gave me options for flights, and I flew out on September 3rd, early morning, and I landed in Seattle about 10 o'clock their Seattle time. And they had a chauffeur service pick me up from the airport, take me to the hotel. That's where we met everybody, and I didn't know what to expect. I mean, it was insane. I walk up the hotel, go in the building, and when the bellboys goes, "You're looking for Craig, aren't you?" Because I look lost, and I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Upstairs." So I go upstairs, and I just look over, and I'm like, "Craig," and Craig comes bolting over. He's like, "I'm Craig." He shakes my hand. He's like, "Welcome." He's like, "You're David, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Wow, okay, cool." Hands me my bag, and he gives us like um our PAX badge, a bunch of goodies from Ubisoft. I mean, I have a USB drive here. I'm I'm kind of shaking it so you can hear it. That looks like a very old floppy disk, and it looks like a real one. It feels like a real one until you slide it, and a USB thing pops out, and it's like, oh my god, amazing. Um, and so like they're giving us all this cool stuff, and they're like, all right, guys, like, all right, this is what we're gonna do today. And they take us down to the hotel's lodge and they feed us. And they're like, all right, PAX time. So everybody's excited, and it's just we get there and it's so overwhelming. There's thousands of people, and we're all there with we're walking in like 10, 12 people deep, just charging into Ubisoft, and we bolt through to the Ubisoft booth, and we're standing there, and Fred and Craig goes, all right, who wants to play For Honor? Who wants to go check out the South Park Nautilus? Who wants to do this? And we're just they're dividing us up in parts, and I'm like, all right, cool, this is awesome. And like what you're seeing now on the screen as far as picture goes, that's when you walk in. That's what you see. I mean, they're right there at the beginning. And I'm just like, all right, cool. So I end up going to For Honor, of course, because I'm absolutely in love with the game. And so they put us to the front of the line, and at this point, I felt bad. I was like, oh man, I mean, the line wrapped around the booth pretty much, and they put us there. And this guy comes up behind us, and he has a piece of paper, and he shows it to the staff of the the booth, and it says a line skip. It basically clears him to pass everybody at line for a medical reason or something like that. And the guy literally goes, okay, cool, stand here, these guys are VIPs. And I'm just like, yeah, all right. So they usher us to the games, and we play the game, and we go through it just pretty much like normal, and just like any other attendee would. They explain what the game's about, because some of us didn't play it before. And we play the game, and we pretty much we leave that game, and they hurdle us all together, and they're like, all right, listen, there's a lot of people here, and they're like, in fairness to everybody attending, we don't want to keep putting you guys in front of them. And we're like, you guys, they're like, we can, but we don't want to, which is absolutely good on Ubisoft. You know what I mean? Like, yes, we may have earned that right, but they still care about the people attending. You know what I mean? So they were like, all right, this is what we're gonna do. Meet us here at 6 p.m. and you guys will get to play again, because the booth closed at 6 p.m. They kept the booth open for us to try a couple of the things. So there was 3 or 4 people who went to do the Nautilus, which, have you ever heard of that, by the way?
I don't think so, honestly, but if you want to explain it to me real quick,
All
then
right.
you definitely can.
All right. The Nautilus is a smell-o-vision type thing. It injects smell into your nose pretty much, so you smell what's going on in the game. Well, Ubisoft thought it'd be
What
hilarious
the fuck
to.
is this, the Jetsons or some shit?
Well, see, that's the funny thing, is like they thought it'd be fun to do it with the South Park Fractured Butthole game that's coming out.
Oh
They
god,
paired
so
it
you were
with.
smelling brown eye the whole time?
Yes.
Oh shit. Literally
Th-
shit.
what they had what they had was one of the creative writers of the South Park game, I should say, playing the game, and he would go activate things that would smell. So if you put the Nautilus on, you're sitting there, and they rip ass. All you hear is And then don't ask. And the smell would inject into the people wearing it, and all you would see is they would start like bending over, trying not to upchuck, and it was absolutely disgusting. I didn't do it for that reason, but like, so they split us off to try the Nautilus, which I refused to do because one of the guys later on in the nighttime, which is one of my fears, went, dude, I still smell the Nautilus. I was like, that's why I didn't
Ugh.
want to. Like, I was like, it would ruin my food. I'm like, I'm good. So, we all meet together, and they keep the Nautilus and the Werewolves Within booths open, so we could try it. So we tried that, and then we everybody got together and like, all right, guys, dinner time. So we went and ate, and as you can see here on the screen now, that is Avery playing For Honor. He's a star player, like I was saying. He's a cosplayer for Marcus from Watch Dogs 2. He was brought on by Ubisoft for his efforts, for how well he looks like Marcus and everything. So he wanted to play For Honor, and this is on the last day of PAX. So he's like, man, I haven't played it yet. I looked down, I'm like, wait, you haven't played it? I'm like, how have you not played it? That's like the game to play, like straight up. So I walked over to one of the actual managers for Ubisoft, and I was like, listen, I was like, Fred's not here. Like, he walked off, and he's going to do his own thing. I got a guy here from Star Players who hasn't played it yet. It's only one guy. Is there any way you can get him to play it real quick before everything ends? And she's like, absolutely, bring him over here. So we got him to the front of the line, and he started playing it, and immediately he fell in love with it. And he's like, I want this game now. He's like, this is a good game. I'm like, yeah, I know it is, ain't it? And so he kicked ass. He totally kicked ass. He took down two guys versus only him. It was 2v1, and he took both of them down, and it was just amazing. And like, he just annihilated them. And I was like, good game, Grasshopper. Good game. Because I was coaching him a little bit. I was like, this is what you do. This is what happens when you get 2v1, do this and this. And he did. And I'm like, I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you. Good job.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, and like, it was amazing. What video or what picture do you have next for this? That way I can kind of correlate.
Here, I'll put it up on the screen. Oh, that's a For Honor picture. We talked about that quite a bit.
Yeah,
but that's a picture of it. Oh yeah, we also talked about, obviously, you being in touch with those who were showing you how to, do the sword fighting on the mats.
That was an amazing time.
Hell yeah, man! It sounds pretty awesome.
Let me actually pull up the group here. It's called Seven Swords Academy.
Mm-hmm.
It is ran by a fella named I can't believe I forgot his name. Ken. That's it. And he's been a long time devoter to learning swordsmanship and everything like that. Long swords. Any type of swordsmanship. And listening to him was absolutely mind blowing because he's so good at what he does. And if anyone is in Seattle, actually to be exact in Tacoma, Washington, check out Seven Swords Academy. Let Ken know that I sent you, because you can learn a thing or two from him. What we basically went over is long swords. And I have to say thank you, Ubisoft, for this experience. Thank you, Emil, Fred, Craig, everybody, because this is an absolutely amazing time. The picture is blurry because I was in a rush. I was kind of still shy about taking pictures. So I was like, click, set it down. All right, let's focus on learning. But he walked us through all the different type of weapons, all the different techniques that are out there. And then he's like, all right, time to learn. And we're like, all right. He's like, the first things first is footwork. And I'm like, oh God, the worst thing the thing that I'm worse at. And so he would sit there and he would explain to us why, what to do and why to do it. And he was so thorough. He made sure that we actually understood why, like why it needs to be done and how it actually affects us. And it was so smart how he did it. And so we're going over the footwork, and he's got grids on the ground. You can kind of see it, the little light squares. And we're going over the footwork, and he's we were there for 3 hours, by the way, and we discovered and we learned quite a bit of stuff in that 3 hours. And so we're going through the footwork, and later on he gets sidetracked and he starts explaining other things. So I'm just sitting there thinking, all right, Ken, that's really good knowledge, thank you, Ken. Yeah, all right, cool. Through all of his ramblings, I never once went, Ken, shut up and teach me.
Yeah,
because everything he says is educational. And
Yes.
it's very smart and very concise. And he brought up so many things that I didn't think about in fighting. And what he taught me, I can actually practice at home and improve on, and it transpires to everyday fighting, like my footwork, being precise on my attacks. And and he taught so much with the leg work. And so he taught that. And then once we got done with the footwork, he's like, all right, now it's time to actually learn. And so he taught us a little bit more about human body and how everything works. And we all got our swords, and he taught us the proper grip of a sword. And very very basic on how to like swing it efficiently. And then he's like, all right, time to actually learn. So he taught us quite a bit of movements, and like on how to like efficiently use the sword. And he would walk in front of us, and this man's got some amazing trust. And keep in mind, we got plastic, plexiglass swords, so they don't cut you, but they hurt.
Yeah.
And he'd walk in front of us, and he'd set his sword straight out, and he's like, hit it. What?
Shit.
He's like, hit it. So we'd hit it, and he's like, no, 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 no. Hit it like I taught you. And the way you do it is, you would punch forward, you'd keep your shoulders down and you'd punch forward, right?
Yeah.
And then you flick it, and you'd use the heel of the sword or the butt of the sword to use the flicking motion to inflict the damage. So we went from tink to slapping it almost out of his hand.
I
And
got
like
you.
he would stand in front of us and be like, all right, that's how you do it. And like that was the best experience I've had. And I thank Ubisoft so much, because what I learned in those 3 hours was amazing. And honestly, if I could afford it, I want to go back to Seattle, to Washington, and have this man teach me more.
Hell yeah, man. That
And
says a
this,
lot about his teaching ability too.
yes, and this goes back to For Honor. Like I was saying, Emil, he himself is a community developer. He's done this before in Germany. He went to a German longsword seminar, and they taught him how to use German longsword. This is the type of research that they do to put into the game. Everything in the game, well, not most of what's in the game, is realistic to actual, their respective fighting style. And Ken even said that at one point, because we kind of explained, he's like, I'm tired of games doing this stupid, this stupid over the top, Hollywood bullshit. And we kind of talked about the game, and he's like, that actually sounds really good. And he's like, that's actually the type of game to, he's like, that's actually really good. He didn't endorse the game. Don't take me saying this as he
Yeah.
endorsed it. But he took a moment and he went, wow, that's good.
Yeah, so
And
he
honestly,
came from the background of actually knowing how to carry around a sword and handle a sword, and was like, that's fucking realistic.
yeah, yeah. At one point,
Nice.
that's exactly how it was. He's like, wow. He's like, that's good. And like, yes, there are moments, because he straight up said he's tired of that stupid bullshit of spinning around and hitting the guy. He's
Yeah.
like, that doesn't happen. The Raider on For Honor does that. That's his power attack. He
Yeah.
spins with the sword and charges it and just completely annihilates you. I agree. That is some bullshit.
Yeah.
But look at MMA fighting. They got that spin punch and spin kicks, and they're effective.
Yeah.
So I agree with Ken. The sword spinning around and helicoptering your shit. I agree with Ken. That's some bullshit. For Honor, however, balanced it out amazingly.
All right.
All right.
I
So
got
what's
you.
next?
Um let's see here. I think we have two more pictures from your PAX experience. Here is the crew that you took a picture with. Tell us about that. Tell us about, the hospitality that you felt from these characters that you got to meet during this seminar and this experience at PAX West.
All right. Well, this was taken on the last day before we all disbanded. This
Yes.
was a very, very upsetting moment for me, because who you see is mostly staff. Jamar, the with the gray striped shirts, he's a star player. The guy in the back left, the tall guy, Rob, he's a star player. Everyone else is employed by Ubisoft. The guy in the PlayStation shirt, that's Fred. He is the community manager. The blonde chick in the back going, she's adorable. She's great. She's a very lovely person. Her name is Lee. She's Sky Bear on Twitter. She's the Steep community manager. The girl in the front, I don't remember her name. Forgive me. I didn't really speak to her much, but she was the nicest lady. She's from France. She's in the French, or in the France division. She's a very nice lady. I forget what she does, but I think she's like an actual manager. She's like up there. Vincent, the guy in the green and red, the miscolored jacket with the arms crossed, that is Vincent. He's a social media manager for Ubisoft. And then Craig, the guy in the back with the peace signs, that's Craig. He is the community manager for Rainbow Six Siege, and he was the guy who helped put it all or organize it all together. He was my main contact, and these people right here are absolutely amazing. I met some other people. Emil's not in there and things like that, but these guys were absolutely amazing. The hospitality they gave us was amazing. They fed us, they gave us a nice hotel room, and they gave us freedom, but they made sure that we did what we needed to do. At night, once everybody disbanded, they told us, do whatever you want, just don't get arrested.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was just amazing how laid back, but how amazing they were. And I think the next one is also some of the crew.
I would believe so. Let's make
I,
sure.
I think it's at the Mob Pizza, which is a delicious place. It's like a buffet.
Oh
It's a
no, it's
buffet
a
little
cosplayer.
no
But
cosplayer. Oh
I
yes,
can add that picture of the pizza if you'd
yes.
like.
Go ahead and do that
Okay.
while I talk.
So yeah.
But so yeah, they are some absolutely amazing people, and what you see on the screen right now, we'll talk in a moment, about that. Just kind of get that in your head real quick. That creepy guy.
Absolutely.
Um, but what you're about to be seeing is from Mob Pizza. It's a really delicious, like buffet type. It's like a what's that little place? What's it's a pizza joint down here in Florida. I don't know if it's where it's a buffet of pizzas pretty much, and you pretty much get your own like, wow, that's very poorly
Yeah,
scaled
I
by the way.
know. Hey boy,
Uh,
inputting it on the
but
spot.
anyways, what happened is, since it was that style, there was such a long line, and this line I'm talking was from the register all the way to the beginning of the buffet and out the door and up the stairs. And Craig goes in and lets them know that we're from Ubisoft, and the district manager comes out and he's like, "All right, guys, this is what's going on. We got a table of 14 for you, and let's just go in there, sit down, and we'll get you taken care of." So we're like, all right, cool. We all go sit down, and Craig's like, "So how are we doing this? You want us to get a plate, go up there and have our pizza made, or like what's up?" He's like, "No, this is what we're gonna do." He's like, "We're gonna make you a bunch of pizzas, bring them out, and then you guys can pick what you want." And he's like, "Here's your cups." So we're like, "All right, cool. VIP service, not bad." Well, they come out with 4 pizzas, come out with 4 more, come out with a couple more. And at this point, the tables, everything you see on the table is mostly pizzas that they brought out. Not our plates are there, but mostly it's what they're bringing out. And this is majority of the crew here. You know, there's Ellison sitting next to me, the guy with like just kind of looking over with his hand on his knee. All the way down at the end is Elizabeth. She's a very good person. She is a hardware nut. And then Lee Avery, aka Marcus cosplayer, and then Rob, and then Jamar. Jamar is also from For Honor. He's a really good guy. Craig's to my left. But no, like pretty much they brought out all these pizzas, and they expected, well, they didn't expect us to, but like they wanted us to eat all of them, and we're just like, what? And at this point, not everybody is there. Keep in mind, there's like 4 or 5 people who are still on their way from a museum. So that food was definitely ate, but we ate what we wanted to. And this is on the last day. Actually, the guy back there, shout out to you, homeboy, whatever your name was. He was the guy that was helping us out. He worked at Mob Pizza. I can't remember if he's the cook or the district manager, but he was a great guy. Shout out to Mob Pizza. I'm sorry, MOD, I believe. Um, but they are absolutely amazing. If you're ever in Washington, Seattle area, check them out because they are some amazing people.
Bomb
But
ass pizza.
oh yeah, that was some bomb ass pizza. It was really good. I couldn't eat much because I have a stomach issue with pizza, like the grease or something.
Yeah.
So I could only have like 2 or 3 slices, but I wanted to eat it all, and it
Yeah.
was absolutely delicious. But yeah, I mean, this is all paid for by Ubisoft, mind you. Because like I said, it's all expenses paid. I mean, yes, there was moments where we had to pay for what we wanted to, like gifts and souvenirs, and if we wanted beer or something like that, we had to pay out of pocket for that. But that's fine. That's understandable. But they fed us. They took us to really nice restaurants, and I'm talking like reserves. Like you had to get reservations to go to these places, and it
Hell
was
yeah, man.
amazing. I mean, it was delicious. But if you want to switch back to the cosplayer, I discovered this fella walking around PAX West on the last day. Whoever this guy is, I hope to God, I wish I could make this viral because I really want him to understand how good of a cosplayer he was, because he didn't say nothing. He didn't walk quickly. He walked at a creepy pace with the weapon at his side, and he is a bigger guy. I mean, he was 6 foot something. I mean, legitimately 6 foot
He's a
something.
big boy for sure.
Oh, yeah. So he's walking around with that mask on, creepy, and he's coming at me. Now, I've played Dead by Daylight. This is a Dead by Daylight cosplayer right here. He is cosplaying as one of the killers. I can't remember which one it was. Trapper. He's the Trapper.
Uh,
And so, like, he's walking around and he's coming at me, and I'm just like, oh shit. I'm
yeah.
like, that's creepy. I'm like, I recognized it immediately. I'm like, that's creepy. And he gets closer, and I realize the magnitude of his height. I'm 5'8", 140 pounds. This guy's at least 6'5", 200 and something pounds of fat and muscle. He could crush me with his toe.
Yeah.
And he walks past me, and I'm looking at him like, you know what? I want to get a picture of him. So I rush back to him, and I'm like, can I get a picture of you? And he turns so slowly, and he looks at me. He looks at me, and he stares at me, and he nods slowly. And I'm like, so I can get a picture? Nod slowly again. So I step back and I get my camera, and he points that at me, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm
What a
gonna die.
badass.
Literally, he is scaring me, and I don't get scared easily. Like, not this type of legitimate scare. Like, he creeped me the hell out. So I got the picture. I said thank you, and I walked away with my head down.
Yeah. That's what I would do
He,
too, man. The motherfucker looks creepy.
dude, he was legitimately the creepiest cosplayer I've ever come across. And like earlier in the weekend when I first got there, I was walking behind a 6'7" Master Chief.
Hell yeah.
Was not as intimidating as this guy was.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, the blood on his hands looked like blood.
Damn.
The scratch on his shoulder, you could tell was or his arm, his bicep, you could tell that was makeup, but the dye on his hand straight up looked like blood.
Damn.
It was creepy as all get up.
Fuck. Cosplaying, man. You can look fucking creepy and you can look realistic. Try it out sometime.
Yeah, right. Do it at an event so you don't go to jail, though. I'm just saying, because if I saw this guy walking at me and I'd never played Dead by Daylight and I couldn't tell that was foam or whatever the hell it's made out of, I would legitimately call the cop on him because he's that scary.
Same here, man. He looks like somebody that would come out of the woods and just be like, yo, bitch, you're gonna die.
He wouldn't even say that. He'd just look at you and you'd be like, you would imagine him going, you're gonna die tonight. And you'd be like, okay, you just kill yourself, right?
Yeah. Your balls go back up inside of your body because you're so afraid.
Yeah, right? It's like, oh, yeah, come and get me.
Retreat!
Oh,
Retreat!
Yeah, right? All right, what's next on our agenda?
So, this is probably where we're gonna lose a couple of people.
Adult time.
This is about the real world because we've been talking about gaming for almost 3 hours. So,
dude, I know
it's been a long time. So this is the wind down hour, maybe it'll be less than that because holy shit, this has been a long stream. But
yeah,
for the first episode, this is good. So,
good pilot episode.
Yeah, I am too. There's been a lot of good stuff talked about. But now here comes the serious talk, and we're gonna start with the most, well, not the most recent, but somewhat controversial. So this is about a shooting that happened in Sunrise, Florida, and now the people are gonna get upset. But as the article reads. It's from Sunrise, Florida. An employee at Walmart in Sunrise shot and killed by a would-be robber early Wednesday in the store parking lot, police said. By the way, this is from WPLGlocal10.com. The shooting was reported around 3:30 a.m. at the Walmart off North University Drive. Sunrise police said the employee was sitting in his car in the parking lot when he was approached by an armed man. A verbal conversation ensued, or confrontation, excuse me.
Get it together.
Shut up. And the employee, who had a concealed weapons permit, pulled out a gun and shot the man, police said. Now, here's where most people in America would be like, oh shit, he fucking killed somebody, right? But hey, man, self-defense? What do you think?
I definitely think everybody should be able to defend themselves any means necessary. I mean, it's just like, this is the type of story that is not covered on the mass media because of the fact that it shows that gun possession in a legal manner and using it legally, it helps
Can
you.
save fucking lives, dude.
Yes, exactly. And that's exactly why I agree with the guy. I feel bad for him. You should never have to take another life.
Of course.
But the fact that he had to, because I don't know what the intention of this guy was, who came up and tried to rob him. He could have said, hey, man, I got a gun in my pocket. I'm going to pull it out if you don't give me your money right now.
Yeah.
He could have his hand in his pocket. Well, at that point, I'm like, okay, well, let me grab my wallet. Bam.
Yeah.
You should be able to conceal carry anywhere where you live. Gun control is good to an extent, and we'll get on that later.
Yes.
But the right to self-defense, for self-defense, is absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
To a human race. I don't care if you're in Norway, if you're in the lowest crime rate world, you should always have a right to defend yourself in any means necessary.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, the law about, obviously the Second Amendment wasn't created. My dog is having a doggy dream. Boobert, wake up! I'm so sorry. Don't have a doggy dream right now. But anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, the right to defend yourself under the Second Amendment shouldn't be breached. Obviously, we'll get to that later, I'm sure. But in a movie, right? This guy would be regarded as a hero. Like, this would be a hero story. Like, he figured in his mind, oh yeah, this person's gonna come and shoot somebody. He's gonna hurt somebody. This isn't a good situation. And he handled it. And like you said, you don't want to take somebody's life in any time. You don't want to do it. But there's certain situations where you're confronted. Like, I'm sure at some point in time during our life, there's going to be a situation where this happens. To anybody watching this, or to somebody that you know or somebody that you love, this could happen to anybody at any time, because we live in a fucking crazy society, like, where most people have undiagnosed mental disorders and unattended mental disorders because the price for medication is so high and therapy is so high. There's a lot less people being taken care of in this country. So you can get into a situation like this. And the quote from the man who shot this robber says, quote, his intention was to come up and maybe do this person bodily harm, but the other person beat him to it. And
so real quick, that wasn't the guy who did the shooting, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's somebody who witnessed it, but their outlook on it is pretty decent. He's like, hey, this guy could have probably killed somebody, and he was stopped before that could happen. I'm like, whether it be police or just regular civilians, I don't think you should have to kill people to get them to stop doing something. But when you're threatened with a gun in any sense of the word, like how you explained it, the guy may come up to you and be like, hey, I have a gun in my pocket, give me your money. That's a threat. You're threatening the fact that you have a weapon, and that you will hurt somebody if you don't give over your money or whatever they want. So it's an odd situation that this person was caught up in, and in my mind, I wouldn't have tried to kill somebody, but then again, hindsight is 2020. So
Yep.
he was threatened. He took the guy out, and there's a lot of times where this situation could happen, like in a mass shooting. Like the shooting in the gay nightclub. That was horrendous. That shouldn't have happened anywhere. Um, and if somebody had a gun, they probably could have taken him out. You know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily mean it could have happened, but the idea that you have a choice in the matter is more comforting than not having the choice at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, the see, like that's where like escalation needs to be discussed. I mean, because you're over here saying, if someone's threatening to do bodily harm, I mean, yes, you defend yourself all by all means, but read the situation. I mean, everyone needs to be able to be trained, and that's the scary part of this all. Is not everybody's trained. You need to be trained to identify situations and know how to handle them appropriately. I mean, if this guy came up and said, "Hey, man, listen, I need some money, man. You gotta give me your fucking money right now, or I'm gonna beat your ass." Don't pull out a gun and shoot the guy.
Yeah.
Like seriously, like that's bad. I mean, but like, if he comes up with you with a gun in his hand, or his hand in his pocket saying, "I got a gun right now, I'll shoot you if you don't give me your money." If he got the upper hand, he just told you he had a gun. You don't know him. You don't know if he's telling the truth or not. In my eyes, you have every right to defend yourself. If you want to push that guy off and grab your gun and hold it and wait for him to pull his, by all means do it. Push him off, pull yours, let him know you got it. Sure. I mean, just don't go gun happy. And that's where
Yeah.
people get scared. They think that people are going to go gun happy.
Yeah.
Some might, yes. Some might not. Same with knives. Someone could have a knife on them and go knife happy. Then, like, it's just like you can't look at guns in that specific manner. It's everything. You need to read the situation and you need to know what to do. In my opinion, from what I've gathered from this situation, Mr. Jones, who is the employee who unfortunately had to, take matters in his own hands, I feel that he may be justified per long as there was a weapon on the individual.
Yeah.
Or if there's footage saying that, hey, he said he did have one. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody is physically capable of fighting. Like, for example, my girlfriend now, she's a slender person. She's strong. She can't, I mean, she can make me have to work to move her hands, like if we play fight, things like that. Like she makes me work to move her hands. But she up against a guy who's twice her size, she's not going to be able to go up against. Because I'm a slender guy. I'm her build. A guy who, say, no offense to you, is your build. You could overpower her easily.
Yeah.
So if you come up and say, "I got a gun, take your clothes off, or I'm going to beat your ass and probably shoot you," she's going to be like, smacks you in the face. You're just going to be like, "All right, well, bitch. Knock her the fuck out," Like, they should be able to pull out a gun and be like, "No, get away from me," back off from him and point it at him and then shoot him if necessary.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, the way that you're trained to pull a weapon is if you pull it, you're going to use it.
Yes.
That's how they train you. If you go to pull that weapon, you're using it. If you put your hand on that trigger, you're pulling the trigger. You're not going through all those steps just to point it. You're going to use it, which is the scary part about the police departments nowadays.
Yeah.
And we'll get into this a little bit more. But as a brief, they are trained to, if they're pulling the weapon, it's their last resort. They're going to use it.
Yes.
That's the issue. A lot of these cops pull the guns with intentions to use them. So when they see a reason, they do it.
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily need to be the case, but they go training, boom, 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 boom. And not all of them are bad. I've seen many cops pull their guns, point it down, and then put it right back in their holster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's how you do it. You be smart about it. And civilians need to undergo a better training in order to get a weapon. That's the type of gun control I agree with. Train those who carry better.
Yes.
That's what you need to do. That's the type of gun control you need. Who has it? Non-felons. Perfect. Who has it? Trained people. Perfect. Not this, no one has a gun, because legalities does not matter to people.
Yeah.
They don't care. Look at heroin, cocaine. Look at all these addictions. They start while it's illegal.
Yeah.
Guns. Felons have guns. Taking my gun away from me is not going to help that felon down the street not have a gun. He has not stolen from me. The gun he has is not stolen from my neighbor. That gun is purchased off the black market and moved around and given some way or another to his source.
Yeah.
Maybe that gun is stolen, yes, but locking a gun up is the steps you take to protect it. Okay?
Absolutely.
If someone steals my gun, that's on me.
Yeah.
You know, I should have been protecting it better. That's on me. But taking my gun because you're afraid John Smith down the street is going to take my gun from me and use it on someone else, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
If
Absolutely.
that's the case, take my goddamn microwave away from me, like you said,
Yeah.
just in case Granny Macbeth down the street loses her mind and thinks her godchild or grandchild is a freaking burrito.
Yeah.
You know, like, for real, like, you can't dumb-proof the world. You need to be able to defend yourself from the dumb people.
Yeah.
So do better training, do better, you know, better situations to get the guns. I don't mind going through training to get a gun. I'm gonna go through training anyways, because I don't want to be that guy who has a gun, pulls it out and freezes and doesn't do what he needs to do and ultimately gets everybody shot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna carry, and I'm openly say I'm gonna, because you don't know if I already am, you don't know what I carry, and you don't know when I'm gonna carry, but I'm gonna carry weapons to defend myself and those around me. That is why I'm going to carry. And if you want to take my gun away from me, you are a threat. If you're going to forcibly take my weapon from me, you are a threat, and I will neutralize if needed. Now, if you walk up on me, and say, hey, I'm with so-and-so at the police department, I have a warrant for your weapon, you know, they're being seized, you know, if you know, take it. You know, I would fight you. I'm like, no, man, you ain't getting my gun, this, and this, but I'm not going to shoot you over it.
Yeah, no.
But if you come into my house, guns drawn, with a no-knock warrant because you are seizing my weapons, I hear that front door and I hear you yell police, I know for a fact I have not done anything wrong. I have a clean record. And I hear that gun and I hear that breach and that bang or whatever you guys want to do, I'm reaching for my weapon around me and I'm defending myself because you have no right to take my weapon from me in such a manner.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm fearing they're going to do. I'm fearing that they're going to have no-knock warrants to seize the weapons. Yeah. And that is how things are going to go wrong. And that's exactly how the world is going to be viewed even worse, because there's going to be more deaths of police officers. There's going to be more deaths of civilians because they are defending themselves, because you come to their houses at night when they're legally carrying or legally owning a firearm, and you're going to breach into their house carrying firearms, mind you.
Yeah.
To take theirs. That's going to make the world look bad.
Yeah, of course.
Or that's going to make America look even worse than what they're already looking at. And that's going to be a really bad thing to do. And I vote gun control, but I vote gun control in the manner of training them better, making sure felons don't get that gun. Because if you do better sales, it's going to be less likely for the felon to get it, but they're still going to get it. And I'm still going to make sure I have protection in case that felon does have it.
Yeah, of course. And then,
you know, and go ahead.
The way that you just described, you know, a no-knock warrant and everything, and how, you know, whether it be some sort of military police or just regular police or sheriffs, and they walk up into your house and they have their guns drawn and they're like, give us your guns. That's the irony that I hate, because, you know, most people that do want like strict gun control and things like that, like, okay, what is the difference between having civilians carrying guns and the state carrying guns? What's the difference? There's no fucking difference. If we look at the people who are trained as military or police, it doesn't matter. They still have the same delusions about society as anybody else. They could have mental issues just like any other civilian. They are civilians. Just because you get trained for 6 weeks to become a police officer carrying around a gun and having the authority to use it at any time that you find as though you're necessarily able to use it and want to use it and need to use it, doesn't mean that I should, you know, relinquish my weapons or my right to a weapon just because you have a badge. It doesn't make any sense. The argument otherwise is a little bit ridiculous, unless you break a law. Like, if you're Chris Brown, right, and, you know, apparently you held a woman at gunpoint, then yeah, you should definitely have your weapon taken away. I mean, even if you didn't do it, just for the time being until you're proven innocent, you should be able to come into his house and be like, hey, give me your gun. Because you are a threat to the rest of society, and that is what police are supposed to do. They're supposed to protect everybody else in the society away from people who may do bodily harm and other things like that. So, like, in that case, I agree with it. But, like, other than that, I don't think anything really should change. Like, the legal system is put in place as it is. Like, if you're a felon with a gun, you're gonna more than likely get caught. Like, especially if you're somebody who's notably, known. Like, okay, so Ti, he's gotten caught with a gun in his car. He's an ex-felon. He got in trouble for it. He went to jail for it. You're gonna be prosecuted regardless of the intent or not. You are. That's just how the legal system works. And the whole idea of taking away guns from a majority of people because of a minority of people who did something fucked up is just horrendous. It's a misuse of the system. It's a misuse of power, and it's an impeachment of right. And if you are told, hey, I've got a right to have this, to use this whenever I feel threatened, or if I need to protect myself against somebody or whatever, you shouldn't have that right taken away unless you, unless you commit a crime with a gun, like armed robbery. Of course, you're an ex-felon at that point. If you get out of jail, if you kill somebody or whatever, you definitely shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. Of course, that's how the society works. You lose privileges if you break a right that you are given, and you are able to break if you choose so. So, other than that, they shouldn't change anything else. I mean, the laws are there in place for a reason. You're gonna get caught. If you think that you're not gonna get caught as a felon with a firearm, you're delusional. If you think you're gonna get away with killing people with guns, over and over and over again like serial killers, you're gonna get caught. That's just how it works. But if you're breached, just being a regular civilian, you've done nothing wrong, you haven't been accused of doing something dangerous with a gun, if you've been accused of being a threat when you're not, which I almost want to bring up this point, but I almost don't, because it'll take a turn for the worse, because I think we would disagree on that, but or probably not, actually. I don't know. If maybe under a national security risk, you're labeled as somebody, and they try to say, hey, you're that person, we're going to take away that right from you, because they've done it before and they can do it again. Any police department, any military police can do that. To me, that is a breach of right that shouldn't be allowed. You shouldn't be able, if you write something into law, I don't care how long ago it was, because usually the liberal argument about gun control is, oh yeah, these guys wrote this law when you still had to, like, clean out the barrel of whatever gun you have, and then fucking replace the gunpowder and all that shit, and then they were like, oh yeah, you can own a gun that way. And it's like, bitch, what are you talking about? It's just ridiculous, man. The whole gun control argument really gets me flustered, because it's ironic that they're like, oh yeah, I'd rather the state have it than me have it, than anybody else have it. Why?
But I mean, like, part of the whole idea behind the Second Amendment is so you have arms to protect yourself against the government.
Yeah.
Against tyranny and everything like that. And, like, now the government is trying to take it. It's like,
yeah.
Well,
this is what the law was made for, to protect my right against somebody who wants to take something that, those who are supposed to enforce the right that you have are wanting to take it. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like, see, that's where, like, I'm very, like, hesitant on the whole, like, I live in Florida, so I'm southish. I mean, I hunt, I do all those kind of stuff, and like, yeah, if you come here trying to take my hunting rifle from me, I'm like, what the fuck, why? The only thing I've shot with that is squirrel.
Yeah.
Like seriously, like are you like defending the squirrels now? I mean, if that's the case, I'll just like go get a really powerful airsoft gun and just blast it in the face. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm already doing it with the 22. Why don't I do it with an airsoft? You know,
Yeah.
but like you can't do that with people. You
Yeah.
know, like you can't shoot them with an airsoft. Go
It
quit
would
jacking
still
me. It's
hurt,
like,
man. It would still hurt like
oh yeah,
fucking
it will
hell.
still hurt, but I'm pretty sure if they're hopped up on something, they're not gonna care getting
Oh
hit
yeah,
in the
for sure.
chest with a pellet.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, like if you're suspected of something that's super like national security, I agree with the fact that they should be able to seize your weapons.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're
How?
labeled as a terrorist, like, okay, maybe I need to explain that a little bit better, because I do agree. Like, if you're labeled as somebody who has committed multiple crimes of like,
But let me go ahead and stop you right now.
uh-huh,
How hard would it be for them to say you did this?
not
That's
hard
gonna
at all.
go that's gonna go into our later topic too.
Yeah.
So think about this. If we give them the right to say you're a national threat, all they got to do is come up with some bullshit story.
Yeah. It
And then
happens all the time too.
the mass media is gonna fucking write that off as, oh, this, and
Yeah,
now,
they're
well, you
gonna.
just got your weapons taken
Yeah.
away for no reason. And like they could easily do that periodically to people who are trained enough to defend themselves. You know, like,
Yeah.
so I agree that there should be a moderation system, but
It
I
won't
think
happen.
the biggest thing is if you're arrested and convicted,
Yeah.
that's when they should actually take it.
Absolutely.
All right, but is there anything else you want to talk about this one in particular so we can kind of get things rolling?
Nah, not really. Hey, whether or not this guy, did the right thing, and if he was actually, if somebody was like, oh yeah, I have a gun, and I'm gonna use it if you don't give me what I want, then no, like, this guy is a hero. He stopped some fucking bullshit that could have occurred from happening. So, in my viewpoint, the open carry law actually worked in cooperation with how it was supposed to. So, this was
Did
to
you say
me,
open carry?
or
Concealed.
yeah, conceal, whatever, same thing.
Okay.
But yeah,
Well, I want to say before we change this topics, I wouldn't classify him as a hero per se. I would classify him as a self hero, as in he saved himself.
well, yeah,
I definitely commend him for carrying and being able to do what needs to be done to protect himself.
well, yeah.
But hero, long shot. No offense to you.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, at any point, that's why I was saying earlier, like, this society is filled with people who have fucking problems. I'm sure I have problems that are undiagnosed. I'm sure maybe you have problems that are undiagnosed. Anybody could have, yeah, of course, fucking David. I swear to God. Anyway, but yeah, there's people in this fucking, on this planet, living in this country, in the same city as us, that could have an extreme issue with something. They're wanting to get back against the world and whatever the fuck their issue is. And they could go out and say, oh yeah, I'm going to rob you. And then, of course, let's say the guy doesn't shoot him and he gives him what he wants. Hell, that easily could happen again, because that person's like, oh yeah, I just committed a successful robbery. I'm going to do it again. And, maybe one day it goes fucking haywire and he ends up killing a bunch of people wherever the fuck he is robbing somebody.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying this guy is a hero, because he stopped something from happening that could have once again happened later on, or maybe even in the same time frame, because if he robs this guy, maybe somebody comes up and tries to tackle him and he shoots him.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, obviously this guy who shot this whatever actually happened, the story isn't 100% confirmed that that's exactly what happened, but it says at the bottom, police are still investigating, but said the shooting appears to be an act of self-defense. If it is self-defense, then yeah, I agree with shooting him. I wouldn't have shot him where it would kill him. Like, I would shoot him in the leg so he's incapacitated and couldn't do anything, and then I'd call the police and just fucking lay on him until they got there or something like that.
Yeah.
But
Well, See, like that's where I agree with you. But in my opinion of it, he's a bright light in
Yeah,
society, if you
yeah.
will. Because with your classification, and I'm just gonna point this out here, saying it like that makes it sound like I'm a hero for running over that raccoon that could have made the bike 3 days behind me, hit it and kill. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying,
That's
I
true.
saved the life of a biker because I hit a freaking raccoon in the middle of the road. You know, like so, like he's a bright light in a
Yeah,
sense. Like,
yeah, I
like
agree. That's
he's
true.
commendable.
Yeah,
But he's far from a hero. A hero is someone who puts himself first and runs into the heat of a mass shooting and drops someone.
yeah, true. That's
That's
true.
a hero. All right. Anyways, back on to the next topic, which is
Oh boy, the New York slash Jersey bombing. Um, so in case
oh
maybe you guys didn't hear about the New Jersey part, everybody heard about the New York part.
yep.
Um, there was a bombing in New York, in downtown Manhattan, that injured 26 people, and then there was a New Jersey bombing. Um, I don't have the full article for you, but if you do Google this, this is a New York Times article, so don't sue me, New York Times. Anyway, it says in the first little paragraph, the man believed to be responsible for the explosion in Manhattan on Saturday night and earlier bombing in New Jersey, Ahmed Khan Rahami. God, I fuck.
Man. I
Sorry.
don't know.
Was
Why are
taken.
we sorry? If he's guilty, fuck him. If he's not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you're Islamic or Muslim or whatever, I'm not trying to butcher names. I'm white. Um, was taken into custody on Monday after he was wounded in a gunfight with the police, according to law enforcement officials. This article actually goes on to say that this guy, or it was a CNN article,
Mhm.
that was saying this guy who was arrested, was just laying out in front of this guy's bar, just out in
Yeah.
the open, had a fucking
Yeah.
bomb still on him, all that shit, all weird shit that you, if you're a normal person with normal brain functionality, you're not gonna fucking do. If you just set off a fucking bomb in New York and you don't know if you killed anybody or not, you obviously wouldn't do this. This isn't something smart to do. You wouldn't just lay out in front of a fucking bar, but this guy did. And then he got in a gunfight with police after, apparently the owner of the bar was down the street at another location that he owned, and he calls the police because he recognizes the face that apparently they showed after the Manhattan bombing the day before. So this guy bombed in Manhattan and then he bombed in New Jersey, in 2 days. So, um, you know, David knows where I stands, but give your opinion on this.
I, it's hard to really even have an opinion on this because, like, how the fuck does this happen? Like, see, I'm seriously like still at awe because it's the main fact of this guy just bombed 2 different places,
Yeah,
got away with them perfectly, but he gets caught sleeping at a bar in New Jersey.
out in the open, not even inside the bar. He was laying
Oh,
outside.
back up. It was raining.
Oh God, what the
The man
fuck?
believed. Okay, get this. All right. The dramatic episode on a rain-soaked street in Linden, New Jersey, came after the police issued a cell phone alert to millions of residents in the area on Monday morning. Um, okay. Like the fact of the matter is, okay. The fact, this guy just bombed Manhattan. He put a bomb inside of a
Garbage.
dumpster,
Yeah.
yeah, garbage dumpster, and detonated it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly happened in New Jersey? Same thing, pretty much.
I apparently he detonated the bomb like outside of the bar, if I'm not mistaken. Um, I'm not exactly sure though, so I'm not gonna say that.
Okay.
You know.
But the point is, okay, the
Yeah.
fact that he bombed both of these places
Yeah.
and wasn't caught,
Yeah.
but somehow they issued, get this, his face
Yeah.
and a description worldwide, or I'm sorry, location wide over a cell phone alert.
Yeah.
He got that alert.
Yeah.
There's no way he didn't get that alert unless he does not have a cell phone.
Yeah.
Okay? If he has a cell phone, he got that alert. Why would he be sitting at a bar at 10:30 in the morning, sleeping in the doorway
Yeah.
of the bar after just
Bombing Manhattan.
Yeah, a huge city of all things, Manhattan,
Yeah.
bombed 2 places, and he's like, perfect place, take it.
Yeah, just perfect place to just sleep it off, think about what you did. He just goes right in front of the bar. He didn't even try. If you were in an alleyway, I'd understand. That's at least you're a little bit safer. Hell, maybe even find the scene where homeless people live and go to sleep somewhere around in there. So if somebody's trying to pick you out from homeless folks like cops, they're less likely to look at you. You know what I mean? But this guy just takes a fucking snoozer right in front of the bar, right in the doorway. That just out in the... To me, it's like he was like, okay, I'm ready to be caught. To me, he was either done with the fact that he was bombing shit, or he was purposely trying to get caught for whatever fucking reason. I'm not trying to put 2 and 2 together. I just find it fucking odd. You bomb Manhattan, and then you're fucking bombing New Jersey, and then you're just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go to sleep in front of a fucking bar. Like, what are you doing? It just doesn't make any sense. What's the likelihood this guy didn't have any money? How did he travel from Manhattan to New Jersey so fast, and then he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna take a fucking snoozer right out in front of this bar? Why not buy a hotel room?
I mean,
under an alias.
I've driven. I've been through New Jersey. I've been to New York.
Oh yeah, no.
Right by Manhattan. It's actually only like an hour and a half drive. So, as far as this man, like, the question is, how did he get around? Did he drive?
Yeah.
Or did he take a bus? If he took a bus, how did he get there without being identified beforehand? Like,
I know, right?
Like, honestly, okay, according to the
shady.
article here. Yeah, according to the article here, Mr. Rahami, sorry if I'm butchering it, was identified by officials on surveillance video planting the bombs in Chelsea. Both the device that exploded on 23rd Street and another that did not detonate a few blocks away. His fingerprint was also found on one of the pressure cooker bombs in Manhattan. According to a senior law enforcement official, Mr. Rahami was also connected to a bombing that took place earlier on Saturday on the Jersey Shore. The police believe that he was also responsible for a backpack full of pipe bombs found in Elizabeth, New Jersey, late Sunday.
Shit.
President Obama, who arrived... All right, I'm not worried about Obama. Screw Obama. Now, this is a lot of things for one man to do. Now, the background on Mr. Rahami, apparently he was born on January 23rd, 1988 in Afghanistan. He was described as a naturalized citizen who had been living with his family in Elizabeth, not far from where he was arrested. Neighbors said that several years ago, Mr. Rahami traveled to his homeland, and when he returned, he showed signs of radicalization. The significance of the visit was not immediately clear. It was not known whether he had any links to an overseas terror organization or whether he had been inspired by such organizations. What?
Yeah.
I have no... Okay. I have no indication that there's a cell phone operating... Oh, and there's cell operating in the area or in the city. Okay. So, they're basically saying that they're not 100% sure if there's actually a terror cell in the area where the bomb went off or near where the bomb went off. This is a lot for one man to do.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's and the story is sloppy. Just it's I don't want to say. You know what? I mean, I don't want to sit here and say, oh yeah, it was set up and this guy was just framed for it, because he just kind of sounds like a guy that maybe they don't say whether he was in the bar during night, whether he just passed out in front of the fucking bar. More than likely the bartenders and the bar owner would be like, hey, get out of here, you fucking bum. But to me, it sounds like there was a lot of people working on this. It wasn't just him. Maybe he was working with people. Maybe he is actually radical. Maybe he is. I don't fucking know, and neither do they. But why isn't the fucking possibility ever brought up in these situations that maybe somebody set this shit up and then maybe he got fucking framed for it? Why doesn't that ever happen? Why is that never considered? It's always terrorism. There's always a terrorist cell maybe in the area. There's always just that hinkling fucking propaganda agenda bullshit that I just get so fucking tired of.
You see, the funny thing of this all is, and we discussed this a little bit before we started our tests. He survived the shootout.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is ISIS?
Yeah, right?
They're not, oh, we did this. Oh, this is us. If they even do that. I mean, I'm stereotyping.
I don't think they do, honestly.
But the fact of the matter is that they're not screaming, we did this. This is us.
Yeah.
But turn around. We'll talk about this later. Missouri. He died and ISIS all over it.
Yeah.
Like, where is this, like, sense of, something's not right? I mean, like, I'm not saying that there is actual, conspiracies going on, or I'm not dismissing it either. But what I am saying is that these news articles and these situations that are happening are very, very, very interesting when you actually look into them and you see the similarities versus the non-similarities, and you see the quote unquote coincidences that happen. Like, why are they saying that since he survived that there's no cells?
Yeah, right?
Like, what of it makes them say there's no cells, there's no links, but he may be still, because he did apparently go to Afghanistan? Like,
yeah,
like, seriously, like, all you have to do is look at this. Is gonna be conspiracy. All you little, people who don't like conspiracies, close your ears. What of it makes them not be able to see the fact that he traveled to Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
And put him on a list for that area, so when shit goes down, they got a guy.
Yeah, see that. I mean, I'm trying so hard not to jump on the oh yeah, this guy was employed by some sort of government agency, because I don't think so. Like, I think this might have just been a guy that they were like you said, maybe they found him on a list and they saw that he was in the areas that this shit happened, and he was just framed for it. I mean, it's easily possible. It can happen all the fucking time. It can happen anytime. You can be framed. Anybody can be framed for anything. It doesn't matter, especially if they're the gatekeepers of that information. You can do whatever you want. This is where my opinion comes into play, I guess, is there's certain people in power that want to, paste an agenda on everything to make it seem like, oh, hey, he maybe could have done that. Like, this can easily be painted as somebody who did something like this. That's just my opinion, though. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, oh yeah, this was obviously an act of false flag kind of shit, because nobody claimed it, like you were saying. Like, usually, if somebody claims something and there's sections of it that don't really make sense, you can pretty much say, hey, there's a possibility that this was a false flag. I don't like when conspiracy theorist people sit there and claim that everything is a conspiracy, because I get told that I say everything is a conspiracy all the fucking time, but I'm just sitting here saying, why isn't this looked into? Why are they not checking? Why has this not even been brought into the equation yet? And that's where I feel like it's the most fucking obvious, because they're just not like, hey man, we think that he may have been a part of a terrorist cell, but we also may think, and then they import their fucking idea of maybe he was hired to do it, maybe he was framed and somebody else did it. It can be a somebody else situation as well. It could have been anybody. It could have been anybody. There is millions of people living within that fucking maybe 200 to 300 mile radius. Millions and millions and millions of people. New York, Manhattan is a tiny area. There's millions of people living there. There's a lot of fuckers. I mean, there's maybe like 2 million people living in, Manhattan, maybe, or maybe less than that. I might be drawing for straws here, but I know there's a lot. New York is a populated area. Especially downtown Manhattan. There's a lot of people that move there just because, oh yeah, I wanted to say I lived in Manhattan.
According to 2013, there was 1.626 million people in Manhattan.
There you go.
Brooklyn has 2.592.
Jesus.
And Chicago has 2.719 million, by the way.
Jesus.
So, yeah, legitimately, there is a lot of freaking people out there.
Yeah.
And, that's the whole concerning of this all is, what of it? Don't get me wrong. Obviously, this guy had a weapon. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, why would they shoot the guy? I mean, are they in on it?
Yeah.
See, that's the whole big question of it is why did it go down this way? Is the thing is because if the officers were shot at, and according to the article, there was one shot in the stomach or chest, but his vest stopped it. And then another officer was injured during the shootout. So obviously he has a weapon.
Yes.
All right. So why did he have the weapon first off, and why was he sleeping there? I mean, theoretically, could he have wanted to get caught?
Yeah.
But why would he shoot them? Why wouldn't he just surrender?
Exactly.
I mean, did he just not have a good stroke of luck? Was he supposed to die? Was that what was going to happen? Is he was supposed to die and then they could say ISIS did it? I mean, what's the whole story that they're getting at? And there's so many questions that are being raised by these situations because I mean, why? First off, I mean, I know there's fucked up people in the world, but why all of these different events to one guy?
Yeah.
And how did he get all of this without a red flag going?
Yeah.
Why is this guy buying all this stuff? I mean,
buying
or how is
even the mixtures for buying the mixture for pipe bombs. You would immediately be like, hey, this guy is purchasing because he's on a list somewhere. He is. Well, if you go to Afghanistan, if you leave this country in general and go anywhere Middle Eastern, even CNN reporters after they leave CNN, they're like, dude, I was fucking berated at the border at the airport when I got back into the country. They wanted to know what I did there, what my purpose was for being there, all that shit. They get asked because they want to fucking know. They want to know whether you took shit, if you brought shit back, whatever, because they automatically assume the worst because everybody is painted like bad guys over there when they're just regular fucking people, fuck.
See, even if he's not on the list,
yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, all of the components to build a pipe bomb, if you purchase a large quantity of them at one point, if I'm not mistaken, the point of sale is supposed to either reject or report said activity.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But if you're buying enough material to, and I quote, bomb Chelsea, then have a bomb down the road, as well as a backpack
full of them
of pipe bombs, that's a lot of materials. Was he just that smart and bought them at all different point of sales? Or is there something that we gotta be like, wait a minute, that don't add up, you guys?
I mean, I think it could easily happen. If I went out today and I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna buy a lot of shit for a pipe bomb, and multiple pipe bombs, I'm sure I could do it. I'm sure NSA don't shoot me. But I'm sure that I could fucking do this, and I'm sure that nobody would bat an eye because I'm white, because that's gonna sound like I'm stupid, but that really exists. Because if you're a Middle Eastern man with the name Ahmad Khan Rahami, you are gonna get asked, so why are you buying this? What is your purpose?
Sadly, yes. The way society is, sadly, you're right.
Yeah, profiling happens. It does. It's a sad factor of life, but also, so the way that, Middle Easterns are painted, the way that Islamic people are painted, because of the, the propaganda that goes fucking on. This guy would have been fucking asked, hey, what are you buying, all the ingredients for a bunch of pipe bombs? Why do you have a pressure cooker that's rigged to fucking explode?
Why are you buying two pressure cookers? You donating it to like a charity or something? I mean, like, I could see at the same time how if you don't know what the components of a pipe bomb are, it wouldn't raise a red flag. You'd be like, oh, he
Yeah.
has a really big project to do. I mean, you're right, but like, I mean, I want to look up what it takes to build a pipe bomb, but I do not want NSA jumping at me, so I'm not going to.
I'm not gonna either.
I feel like if the components would have to be something that has those warning hazard logos on, and if they're buying a mass quantity of it, what are they doing with it?
Yeah, and I'm sure you got to show
if-
like proof of identification too.
Yeah,
for that kind
and
of shit.
see, not only that, like you said, proof of identification. And if you are a company purchasing a lot of materials, not for bombing things, you would use a reliable and trusted and certified source to get all of those materials.
Yes.
You wouldn't just go with the fucking semi truck and be like, all right, so I need this times that by 20.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll be like, wait, hold on. Can I see your company ID again?
Yeah, and where did you get all the money for this?
Yeah, like what do you guys do again? I mean, they're gonna look into it and be like, hold on, let me make sure I can even do this sale. And if they don't, what the hell's
They're
wrong
not.
with you?
Yeah, they're not doing their job.
I mean, like, because I mean, though you could argue the same about meth, since meth is household. Everything you find under your kitchen
but
sink.
I mean, if you have to show your ID. I have to when I go into a Rite Aid.
When you go to buy meth.
No, when I go to buy Sudafed, like I have bitch. Anyway, like if I came up to the register, right, and I had batteries, cleaner, like toilet cleaner, bathroom cleaner, whatever, and then I was like, hey, can I get some Sudafed? People are gonna be like, yeah, you're making meth right now. You're gonna go home and you're gonna make meth. How much Sudafed do you want? And if you're like one packet, then you're probably gonna be like, yeah, they're probably not gonna. You wouldn't even be able to make meth at that point. So
yeah,
like maybe you just came in because your controllers for your Wii are going low, so you need more batteries. You have a fucking allergy issue, and you needed to clean your bathroom. Like at that point, I wouldn't bat an eye really because fuck, you're just getting regular household type shit. You're sick, whatever the fuck the deal is. So I wouldn't really bat an eye at that. But if you're like, oh yeah, I need like 7 little things of Sudafed, and thanks. And then they're gonna see the fucking bathroom cleaner, and they're gonna see the batteries, and they're gonna crack those batteries open. They're gonna fucking get this bathroom cleaner. They're gonna pour all the shit together. They're gonna drop the Sudafed in there, and they're gonna fucking make meth. So the same thing fucking happens when you're talking to companies that have these dangerous fucking chemicals to make pipe bombs, to make bombs in general. They're gonna fucking ask. They are. Somebody did. Either we can say that somebody didn't make sure, what they were getting them for. They didn't report it. We can say all that. It's we don't know. So we're not trying to sit here and claim that, oh yeah, this guy, got away with basically blowing up shit. But I mean, after Columbine, after the Boston Marathon, people are paying attention to what you're buying, why you're buying it, especially if it's hazardous fucking equipment. I mean, they're gonna ask. If you buy 6 pressure cookers, they're gonna be like, yo, like you were saying, are you gonna give this away to charity? Like, what's the dealio? Are you trying to pressure cookers for the homeless? Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? I know I know I would ask. And it wouldn't matter if they were white, black, Asian, Islamic, Arabic, Jewish. I don't give a fuck. I'd ask. Like, if I worked at a Walmart and I saw somebody fucking buying like 10 pressure cookers, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, like
Be
I
a
would
little less fucking obvious,
yeah, like go buy two here, buy two elsewhere. I mean, at
Yeah,
least make it look like you're buying one for you and your parents, or or something.
yeah,
Fuck it. Be smart about it. But like, that's the thing is, but again, not everybody knows the components of meth. Not everybody knows what meth is. 90% of society might by now, but
yeah,
not everybody does. So, though you and I agree on that, someone down the road might be like, "Well, what the hell's meth, y'all?"
yeah, right.
So, like,
You
yeah,
don't know what meth
I
is. You ain't been hanging around with the right crowd, nigga.
right. You learn, man. You gonna learn today. No, but
Yeah.
no, like seriously. The question is though, how did this happen without any red flags being thrown? Did they know about it? Did they know about it and just join? I mean,
Uh,
like, how is how was this not detected before it actually happened? That's what I
yeah,
want to know is how did this not get detected?
yeah,
Even if it wasn't, oh, like, well, we thought it might happen and then it did. I mean, that at least they like, oh, wait a minute, we were watching suspicious activity, but he beat us to the punch. Well, get your shit together first off, but at least you guys detected it. That's
yeah,
good. That's a good first step. Why? How did he get from Manhattan to New Jersey so many times, doing this on different days, and not get spotted?
yeah. Why
Like
wouldn't
he,
anybody ask?
yeah, like he's got to have at least like 2 to 3 backpacks with him.
Yeah,
And if he
he
does,
has a lot of shit. Pressure cookers, straight up bombs, and then a backpack full of fucking pipe bombs. Yeah,
yeah,
there's something wrong.
yeah,
There's something wrong. Either everybody in society doesn't give a fuck, which technically they don't, but you see somebody with a backpack that's Islamic nowadays, you're gonna think twice because of what the media's saying. So there's gonna be a cop that's gonna stop somebody illegally. By the way, it's illegal to do that. That's why the legal system is put in place. If you're fucking stopped and they're like, "Hey, I want to look through your backpack," you can say no. Like you can be like, "Hey, fuck off," and whether that's good or bad or not, we don't need more police state type activity where they're gonna fucking check your backpack and shit like that. That shouldn't happen. If you commit a crime, you'll get in trouble for it later.
yeah.
Like they're gonna find out. I would guess, because they apparently figured out that this guy did this shit. But my question is, how did he get away with it? Somebody would have said something. Somebody would have said something. Somebody would have been notified.
And if they didn't, if all right, if some odd chance that this gets to someone who was there at the scene in Manhattan, if you saw Ahmed put
Yeah.
a pressure cooker in the dumpster and you saw the duct tape or you saw wires, why the fuck didn't you ask things?
Yeah.
Ask fucking questions. Call, be like, hey, I just saw somebody put a fucking pressure cooker with wires and duct tape into a trash can.
Yeah.
Why? I don't give a fuck if you're worried about being labeled a racist. Fucking call.
Yeah.
If you see a white guy, a brown guy, a green guy, a purple guy, if you see a guy with no legs putting a goddamn pressure cooker in a dumpster,
You call.
a public dumpster with wires and tapes, because you don't hide everything inside of the pressure cooker. There's got to be some on the outside.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you not call? You are not responsible for the deaths. Do not feel guilty, but feel guilty that you didn't even stop and go, what the fuck am I looking at right now? So you,
Yeah.
sir, ma'am, child, whatever you are, why didn't you ask questions? People need to start asking questions. They need to start being more aware of their surroundings. They need to start putting their brain in mode of, hey, that's suspicious. I
Yeah.
should call.
There's
Call.
nothing wrong with, you know, if you see somebody doing something that looks fucking shady, like I'm not talking about a fucking a drug deal. Like if somebody's handing somebody pot, don't be a faggot. Don't be stupid. Don't tell on somebody. It's a stupid law to begin with that weed is illegal. But
Well, let me back up. Honestly, before you go into a rant, I disagree. Though I'm not against weed. I'm not against weed.
No,
Any illegal activity, you need to get into the habit
that's
of reporting.
true. Yeah, I
Go ahead.
agree technically. I mean, I wouldn't. To me, if I saw a drug deal going down,
Back up. Don't worry about the drug deal. We'll talk about that later. Go back.
okay,
to
yeah, true. Okay, I won't get into that. All right.
No, we will, just not right now.
Okay, well, yeah, if you do see somebody being fucking shady, and you're like, oh shit, that looks shady. Even if they're brown or they're white or they're yellow or they're whatever the fuck, color, size, shape, ethnicity, maybe you know their religion some fucking how. I don't know how you would. Maybe you know them and they're doing something shady. You know, it's not racist if you see somebody doing something shady. But if you just see like like, here's a situation where it doesn't make sense. If you see somebody walking around in a burqa, that's, you know, that's their thing. They do that because they, you know, their religion, their society kind of put that on them. They're not suspicious. That's racism. But if you see some fucking guy, whoever they are, doing something shady, yeah, you definitely should tell somebody. But to get to my point, if you see a weed deal, I don't even want to call it a drug deal because it's not a fucking drug to me, like, at all. You know, I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't. Yeah. Maybe I would be like, hey, there was a drug deal that happened a few minutes ago. Here's where they did it. Maybe you'll catch them some other time, whether or not they actually deal other drugs, because most drug dealers do deal multiple drugs, especially in New York and bigger cities. They do that. You make a lot more money that way. So.
See, like, I agree. Like, even if you don't want to call 911 because you're afraid of wasting resources, every department has a non-emergency contact number that patches you to dispatch center, where people who are there for that reason will pick up the phone and be like, non-emergency line, is this an emergency?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, call. But hey, listen, I don't know if this is an actual emergency or not. I need you, you know, this is what I saw. I don't know if I'm just being crazy, but hey, I'm pretty sure a pressure cooker with wires on it hanging out of it that is red, green, yellow, purple, blue, I'm pretty sure those aren't the stock colors. You know, like,
yeah.
Seriously, start waking the hell up and seeing that things are not necessarily racist. Don't be afraid to be labeled as a racist. If you see somebody doing something suspicious, save a life, be aware. That's all you have to do. Be aware. Call. Maybe a cop will get there in time. Maybe the bomb squad will get there in time. Maybe it's nothing. And they go, okay, well, that was a really weird item to be putting into a public trash can.
Yeah.
But hey, at least it's not a bomb blowing up in Manhattan, killing people.
Yeah, or hurting people.
Yeah, like, seriously, like, that's all you need to do is call 911 or a non-emergency line. That's it. Don't worry about being labeled a racist. If you see a drug deal going on, don't worry about being called a tattletale. Call the non-emergency line and let them know that you see something shady. Tell them where. Move on. If they're
walk away, actually.
Cocaine, whatever. Call and move on. Walk away, because seriously, that person could be dealing cocaine. You don't know it's necessarily just weed. Call. If it's illegal and it's suspicious, call.
Yeah.
You could save a life. That deal could be going shady, and they're about to start a shootout, and a kid walking down the street could get shot because of it.
Yeah.
You could theoretically save a life if you're awake and you have your head out of your ass and not worried about being labeled a tattletale.
Or racist.
Or
racist. Sexist, or whatever.
Well, see, I could see someone being afraid of being called racist.
Sure, yeah, dude. You don't want to be called racist in this society because you get shit on for it.
Exactly, but
racism is bad. If you actually do racist shit where you just see a black guy and you fucking scream the N-word at him for no reason, yeah, you're racist. Go away. You stop. It's not right. But if you, let's say, see a black guy holding a gun up at somebody, that's not racist. That's saying, hey, there's a black guy with a gun.
Yeah, you know, like, honestly, like, seriously, like,
they become a threat, not a color. Still, they're not a color anymore. They're a threat.
Yeah, honestly, like, we all bleed red as long as we're human. So
yeah,
it doesn't fucking matter. So
unless you're an alien human hybrid, you bleed green.
Yeah, right. So in conclusion of this topic, because we've been going on a long time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions in the air about this. How did it happen? First off, how did nobody report it? And why did he just happen to be asleep at a bar?
In the walkway right up in front of the door.
In the rain at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it doesn't make no fucking sense.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, it's not right. So.
Okay, so let's move on to another topic because I'm hungry as all get up. I gotta piss badly, and I really want to get through everything as much as we can. So
yeah, for sure.
What is it?
Okay, you yeah. So the
Okay. Good
I
start.
don't, I don't
Good
remember
start.
what I was gonna say, but yeah, the next topic that we have is I
Yes.
believe the ISIS claims responsibility for Minnesota mall stabbing.
Yep. This will go hand in hand with the last one in a sense
Yeah,
because of the
kind of.
matter. Because mainly because of the fact that of the suspicion between the fact that ISIS claimed responsibility for this one. In this one,
Yeah,
he was shot dead.
yeah, he was killed.
The last one, he was captured alive. ISIS doesn't claim. ISIS claims has had a track record of if the person dies, they claim it.
Yeah,
Now, this is a fucked up situation. This will go hand in hand with our earlier topic about gun control because this wasn't done with a gun. Hey,
yeah,
this was done by a guy walking through the Crossroads Center in Minnesota, walking up to people and stabbing them and walking away.
yeah,
Now, the suspicion between this one is because survivors have stated that the individual walked up to him, looked him in the face, and says, "What's your religion?"
yeah,
If they answered wrong, stabbed. If they
yeah,
answered right, I don't know what happens. Maybe they got stabbed, maybe they didn't. But the fact of the matter is, according to multiple witnesses, the individual would ask and discuss religion.
yeah,
So that's very suspicious, which I could see why ISIS could be related to this.
yeah. I can too.
But my question of this is why why Minnesota?
Yeah, that's a
Like
weird state, right?
not necessarily a weird state, just like in a mall of
Well, just to be
stabbings.
in, yeah, like why?
Yeah, like
If you're, somebody like if I was involved, NSA, settle down. Don't pick up the red buzzer and send a SWAT team to my house. But if you're a part of a terrorist organization, I would think you would choose something different than Minnesota. Like you would probably try to choose something a little bit more like, oh yeah, this is where people are more radical than maybe the idea of future proofing and baby proofing the world or something. Like I would go to, how the shooting happened in San Bernardino.
mhm.
Like I would go to places like that and just
Well,
apparently kill people because that's apparently what my it's not even what their religion says. The Bible says ridiculous shit, and not every Christian in the world, not even a minority of Christians, go out and just start killing people because they said they should kill gays in the Bible. That doesn't fucking happen. And I also don't think it happens with Middle Eastern countries either, because that just,
yeah.
people have
See,
common fucking sense.
I don't know the religion history of Muslims and all the things. I'm not gonna get
I've
into
read
way.
the Quran. I've read
I
the whole
haven't,
fucking
and I
thing.
don't plan to. And see, the thing is, though, I'm not going to also discuss religion as open,
Well, yeah,
uh,
no, I'm not either.
because I don't care if you walk in with a religious mindset of stabbing somebody. At this point, it stops being a religion problem; it becomes a person problem.
Yeah, a threat, a
Like,
straight up
yeah,
threat.
like honestly, like yes, it sounds very narrow-minded to say it like that. I mean, yeah, religion is going to be playing a deal if they go in with the religious mindset, but at the same time, that isn't the religion as a whole. That is the person taking what they read or what they were told and manipulating it and making it wrong.
Yeah,
And the thing about this is, this stabbing, I almost said shooting because that's what we're used to seeing.
yeah,
It apparently it was done by Dahur Adan. I butchered that name.
yeah,
Officials have not yet named the suspect. However, members of the Somali community has identified him, and apparently his father has also agreed or confirmed. He's a junior at St. Cloud State University who worked part time as a private security officer. Um, and this is a quote from the article. It's a little bit under there. It says the executor of the stabbing attacks in Minnesota yesterday was a soldier of the Islamic State and carried out the operation in response to calls to target the citizens of countries belonging to the Crusader Coalition, said a statement published by Amaq, a news agency associated with the group, aka ISIS or IS. Um, and then this is also a report says eyewitnesses reported that the man asked at least one person if they were Muslim during the rampage, while others said that his words referenced Allah. Police who have chosen not to reveal the identity of the perpetrator until further investigation excuse me, said he had previously accumulated 3 minor charges, none of them linked with terrorism.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know necessarily like if this one is a conspiracy or not, cuz or even questionable really, cuz I mean, it is weird that he's going around and asking, "Hey, what's your religion?" You know, like that's pretty creepy, you know, like that's normally not what somebody would say. More than likely that would be somebody that is driven by some sort of religious upbringing
Mm-hmm.
that believes in the kooky shit that is said in the Quran. If you've never read the Quran and you actually want to understand like the differences between our society and the Middle Eastern societies, read the fucking book, okay? It's just like the Bible, man. I'm not shitting on the Bible. I'm not shitting on Muslim teachings and Islamic teachings. I'm not. Okay? I'm just trying to say there are people who take shit literally because they think that this is written by the mouthpieces that are listening to God. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. I'm not a shitter on religion. I used to be. But I kind of came to my senses and said that's just stupid. Cuz not everybody is, you know, out trying to convert everybody. They're not trying to shove it down your face. I used to think that because I would listen to Sam Harris bitch and moan for 30 minutes at a time against, you know, Jewish people and Christian people and shit like that. I dropped that pretty quick. Because it's just, you have freedom of religion. You do.
Mm-hmm.
It's protected. But, you know, if you want to understand these societies across the world where there is little education in science and math and overall just most general fucking things, these people are going to cling to these books because that's what they're taught mostly. I mean, there's a lot of countries that make kids just straight up study the fucking Quran for hours upon hours every day. Because they're trying to get these kids to be fucking mouthpieces and just spit out fucking verses and shit. You know, like that's what they're trying to do. So this, honestly, to me, this would have been like something that was extremely put out into the media world. It would have been covered on CNN for, you know, 5 fucking hours every day. It would be covered by Fox News 5 hours every fucking day if it was probably fake. Like if they were trying to push an agenda. I don't know if this was. I didn't really pay attention to this one because I didn't fucking hear about it, and that's why I didn't pay attention to it. And that's my point that I'm trying to make. I didn't hear about it. So that more than likely means it was probably legitimate. Like this was probably just some fucking guy who went crazy. Like it just started fucking killing people. I don't even have anything else to say about it, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not much we can talk about this one, but like, it's weird how every time or most of the time ISIS is related, the person dies by the hands of, you know, the police department.
Yeah, so you can just open and shut the case.
Yeah, like that's the most.
So people won't look. Yeah.
Yeah. So the person can't be like, well, actually, I didn't. You know, like he's dead. He can't be like, I didn't do it for Allah. I did it because I hate people.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like why? It's so suspicious.
Yeah.
But, all right. So in closing, ISIS claiming responsibility for Minnesota mall stabbings questionable but plausible. Hey, we're Mythbusters. No.
Hell yeah, bro. Meme busted.
All right. Yeah. Continue. All right.
Anyway.
All right, let's rush to the next ones here because like I said, I really gotta pee.
So this one is a little bit out in the air. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where I stand on this. I said it a little bit earlier when me and David were just talking before we started the stream and everything. Uh-oh. Do you still hear me, David?
Yes.
Just making sure. My stream health went to kind of low, so... but anyway, technical difficulties, I guess? It seems to be getting better.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, we've been doing this for 4 hours, so I don't really blame it.
I don't either.
All right, so this ties to the next one as well. You want to just put both of those things on the screen?
Um,
That way we can kind of kill it all at once.
yeah, why not? Fuck it.
All right. Well,
Um,
go ahead.
so, um, I'm gonna have to move this one a little bit and restructure it for you guys to be able to see it and everything. So bear with me here, because this wasn't necessarily the plan. But you know, move the scene, wrong fucking picture, you dick. Anyway, so this kind of ties in together, at least in my opinion, it does. And I don't know about David because David doesn't really. He kind of said something about it earlier, but he also didn't. So
Yeah.
but to me, when I'm looking at this, if I'm investigating this, I kind of have my eyeballs raised. You know, my eyebrows are up, and I'm like, oh shit, because this is just fucking weird. This is all happening right now. It happened today and yesterday. The United States, as it reads on the screen, led a coalition of airstriking Syria and especially their army. Now, why this is important is because the Russians are obviously friends with Syria, the government of Syria. They get along, I guess. I don't know. But this airstrike killed 22 soldiers. And the Americans, us, our government, is friends and are friendly with the fuck, what are they called? The rogues that are against the Syrian military and government. So as this first picture reads on your left, U.S.-led coalition jets have bombed Syrian government forces positions near the eastern city of Deir-ez-Zor, killing 62 troops and, quote, paving the way, end quote, for Islamic militants, the Syrian Army General Command told the state television. Okay, in that first fucking sentence, that should already be scary. That should already raise a huge fucking red flag to anybody that sits there and believes that, you know, the United States shouldn't be working with anybody Islamic State related. Okay? This should be a big fucking deal. I mean, should be front page news, actually, if the media wasn't twisted and fucked up and they weren't fucking, you know, biased towards pushing agendas. Because this should be front page news. If anything, to me, and this is just me, the United States is working with ISIS. Like that, it pretty much allows for that comment to almost not only be relevant, but almost validated. Because the United States led that coalition airstrike on the Syrian army, and then right after that, it's on your right, it says coincidence, excuse me, ISIS launched offensive straight after U.S. strike on Syrian troops, question mark? You know, that, to me, raises a huge fucking red flag. It tells me that either they are working together or they wanted to make sure that the Syrian army stops what they're doing. And it also shows to me that they are openly trying to attack the Russians by doing this, because in case you weren't aware, there was a Russian fighter jet that was shot down a few months ago by I guess if you want to quote it, Islamic State, basically just the rogues against the Syrian military and government. They shot down a Russian jet, or maybe it was Turkey, I think it was. But yeah, they shot it over airspace that they weren't allowed to shoot, and it was against the Geneva Convention, which means they illegally committed an act of war that wasn't allowed. You can't do that. There are rules to war, whether you like it or not, and they broke the rule. So this all ties in to me. Like the fact that ISIS was already ready, they were uh they were waiting, and they practically just fucking said, "Hey, we were making sure that they weren't going to go in and get fucked up." Like they made it to where
Hmm.
um there was going to be you know less heartache on the side of the Islamic State. And I mean, it's pretty much been noted anyway to begin with that guns have been given to the Islamic State by the United States. You can Google that, you'll find it. Whether it was an accident or not, they tried to claim it was like an accident, but in reality, the United States shouldn't have been anywhere near them because apparently they can't find them half the time. But here's what I said to David earlier before we started streaming, because we all, David and I got together and talked about most of the topics before we started streaming, which,
Hmm.
thank you for everybody that's been watching for the past like 2 hours. You guys are
Yeah.
fucking dope. Um,
Yeah.
the the issue here is the United States has apparently been saying, yeah, we can't find them half of the time. You know, apparently ISIS was stealing like $50 million worth of fucking crude oil just right out from under us, right out from under our army surveillance of oil fields and shit like that. They were stealing a shit ton of crude oil, which means gas prices here go up, which means we get, our economy kind of gets fucked up for a little bit. That's still apparently happening, by the way. So if they're pulling 50 million fucking dollars of crude oil every week, in like what we did to Iraq in the early 2000s, the United States should be going in and taking them over, because that's technically what Iraq did. It wasn't about potential terrorist cells living there. It wasn't about Al Qaeda. It wasn't about any of that shit. They fucking lied to start a war over there because they claimed that they were involved with 9/11, and they claimed that they were doing shady shit over there. But that wasn't true. What actually happened was the petrodollar system, the way that works, the United States pays for oil. In exchange for paying for oil, we're getting the oil, paying them in $1 bills that they have to put into a trust fund back into our economy. So we make money, and they also get the interest money off of it, so they make a little bit more. And we also send down people like military to stay around their oil fields so nobody comes in and tries to bomb it and fuck it up and steal it. Because, if they steal it, we're out of oil and then we're SOL. The fact that these guys are apparently just sneaking up, just fucking taking the shit, doesn't make any sense. America can never find them, but the second that they're around, they come in after the United States and start fucking shit up. Right after the United States just fuck shit up.
See, that's the funny thing is, and I don't really have a lot to say about this topic. That's why I've been kind of so quiet.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is, apparently, according to references from this article, the U.S. and U.S. controlled forces have yet to fulfill any serious ceasefire deal obligations. So basically, what that's meaning is we're not keeping up with the ceasefire rules. Like we're just pretty much saying, "Fuck you, Syria."
Yeah.
I mean, you fuck your obligation. Forget what you want us to do. We're gonna do us. And then to turn around and accidentally, I use that term lightly, bomb a stronghold for Syrian soldiers, thinking it's ISIS, and then ISIS turns around and immediately retaliates. I mean, it says it right here. Immediately after the airstrike by coalition planes, Islamic State militants launched their offensive. I'm not saying that, we're working with them, but that's a really big coincidence. And I don't believe in
I
coincidences
don't
often.
either. I don't believe
There
in coincidences at all.
there are moments of like, wow, that's coincidental, but and it's usually like the minuscule stuff that ain't, that's not coincidental,
Yeah.
like stuff that don't matter, because I believe that things can just happen. But big things that are like, bombing a stronghold and then a entire military force coming
Yeah.
in behind you, that's one hell of a stretch for a coincidence,
Yeah.
especially since it was immediate.
Yeah.
I mean, if like, oh hey, we just get heard that they're in distress because they got bombed, let's go, and then it takes them a day to get there. That's kind of different.
Yeah,
But
of
when it's
course.
an immediate attack, they're like in the building next door and be like, wait for the danger close, wait for the go. You know, it's like, how
Yeah.
are you already there and ready to go, and then how is it such a good offensive?
Yeah.
So it's definitely a really sketchy situation, I should say.
Well, I mean, if I can be afforded the time of everybody that may be still here, we were up to like 5 viewers, and now there's only 2 because we're obviously talking about ISIS and US working together in tandem, which they are. It looks like it here. I'm not saying 100% that it is, but it really fucking looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did. But anyway, if I'm afforded to tell a story and go back a little bit, it was the 1980s, middle of the 1980s to late 1980s. Bush Sr., I guess if you want to call him that, fucking was running for president, obviously, and he ends up winning. At that time, he was training forces alongside of the military that were the guys that apparently ended up in the same sect or the same cell that apparently flew the planes into the buildings on 9/11. So, if we take that into account, this has happened before. I mean, whether or not it was planned to happen, I have no fucking idea. There's no way to prove it. I'm not saying that, Bush was training, these fucking people for 5 years to go and fly planes into buildings in 2001. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's been times where the U.S. will work with these fucking people, and I mean, Obama practically said it a few years ago, back in 2014. He said, we're training ISIL forces. You can look up the fucking video on YouTube. It's on YouTube. He says it. It's not a slip up. He meant to say it. It's there. He said it. Says we're training ISIL forces. ISIL and ISIS are the same exact people. There's no difference. The only difference is the name is a little bit different because the Levant and then is the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, and the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The Levant is Syria. It's the same fucking place.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same people. So to act as if this can't happen and that is bullshit is fucking ridiculous. And to me, this kind of just goes out and proves the fact that they're fucking doing that. Mm-hmm. And whether or not maybe Russia Today lied, I can definitely see that because Russia Today is extremely biased when it comes to Russian-related things. But I don't think they would just lie about something like that. There's confirmed multiple other sources. I just saw Russia Today, and I was like, I don't think they would lie about something like this. Because they want the American people to know that their government is lying to them openly. I mean, Putin at the G20 meetings was like, hey, I have a paper of 40 countries supporting ISIS. And he was like, if you guys don't fucking stop fucking with us, I'm going to release it. And I'm not going to give a fuck. And I was like, Putin is the man for that kind of shit. He's shitty to the Russian people. He's shitty to the people that are around Russia. I'm aware of that. But
well, see,
yeah.
the reason why he's doing that is so that he can win the U.S. over and then ultimately gain control of the U.S. Because, he's been honest so far. You know what I'm saying? Like
good luck with
showing
that.
his hand. Well, no, because just like what you said, he's showing his hand, and it's making people go, "Wow, Putin, good job on you." Yeah, you made the U.S. shape up.
If you I mean the media in America about Putin is extremely honest. I mean, even CNN articles, even Fox News, even on the television, they are extremely fucking honest. That's the only time that America is honest in the media is when they're talking about Russia. Okay, so Russia and the U.S. are doing the same exact tactic to each other. I think they're just doing it to fight over power. I don't think he wants to take over the United States because that would be ridiculous. He just wants to overcome the fact that America is powerful. And that's always been the idea behind the Soviet Union and Soviets in general. They want the power to make their society better. That's why they teamed up with Germany in World War II. You know, like they did that shit. So did Japan. They were all going to end up fighting each other later anyway. They knew that they were going to. They just abused each other. And they worked with each other while they could. And then when they found the opportune moment, the Russians, when they went and attacked the Germans and fucked them up and sent them back, they knew that if Russia wanted to, and if the U.S. didn't step in and say, nope, fuck that, they would have done it. They probably would have been the ones to take over the United States and abroad, you know, the North Americas, or you know, whatever. But yeah, like, I don't know if that's the case. That's an interesting point to bring up, but I don't think that would be on his prerogative, because he would lose. I mean, we have fucking nuclear weapons, and they do too, but not enough. Not enough to fuck us up. And we would know way before they were gonna do it that they were gonna do it. I mean, in the 60s, we knew that they were gonna send rockets to space months before they ever did. You know, they knew what was going on, and that was top secret information. Nowadays, fucking the United States is hacking into Germans' phones and shit. Like that German lady that was a big part of the German government, they were hacking into her phone, and she was like, yo, what the fuck? I'm not doing anything. What the fuck are you doing? She was actually a good politician in Germany. And they were fucking with her. They do that. They watch what people are doing to wait for them to slip up and then say, hey, we're going to fuck you up.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do. Keep power over everybody else and make it to where nobody else has any free range to do anything. You know, I mean, to me, this is evidence. Because I trust Russia today on U.S. information. I just do. I always have. They openly put on their television shows what the U.S. is doing, and then you can confirm those sources by going to the people that they source, and they're like, yeah, that's what fucking happened. I was right here when it happened, too. This is what fucking happened. And I'm just like, dude, I can't fucking argue that source. I don't think Russia today would lie about something U.S. related. And this is a big fucking... If I were the United States and if I was a higher up in the government in the United States, I would be like, oh, fuck, they got us.
Yeah.
I
could see that.
I would be running with my tail between my legs.
Yeah. Well, I could definitely see that.
I would be a lion declawed.
Yeah.
All I got left is my teeth, which is their nuclear bombs. If they wanted to, they could fuck them up. But, you know, since I don't have my carpet bombing skills left, you would have to go with nukes, and that would make the America look fucked. But, yeah, I mean, you don't have anything to add to that?
No, I'm pretty much worn out on this. Not necessarily worn out. I'm just kind of like drawing a blank on this topic. 'Cause, I mean, it's pretty much self-explanatory. I mean, when you look at it, I mean, like the captions literally just sum it all up. Like we could just show those captions and bid everybody a farewell, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Yeah.
But I mean, is there anything else that we need to talk about, or I forget what our lineup was. I mean, we apparently had a very mighty lineup today.
Yeah, we did. There was a lot to talk about. Plus, we run our mouths, man.
Yeah, we do. Goddamn.
But hey, man. Hey, man. I thought that this was gonna be kind of an icky, you know, time that we were gonna have, but this was actually really fucking fun.
Yeah, I mean, I had a blast. Hopefully, everybody who watched had a blast. I mean, it was pretty good.
It exceeded my expectations.
Oh yeah, definitely. So there's nothing else on our little lineup?
Not that I see. We went through the gaming segment, the VR segment, your Pac West segment, and then the real world. So that is technically it for the stream.
Wow. That's insane, man. 4 hours.
4 fucking hours, bro.
We really gotta give ourselves applause. I mean, because like it went pretty well. I expected a little bit more hiccups. So
yeah, same here.
I guess this is where we're gonna bid farewell to everybody out in the wonderful land of the internet, and see you guys again soon.
Absolutely. Make sure to show back up. Let me make sure the exact date. Monday, September 26th. Come back. We're going to have another episode of Whatever We Want. And thank you so much for showing up. And we will talk to you guys again on the 26th.
Whatever we want.